Hi everyone. Good to see you on my channel today. Today I will tell you a wonderful story. It is full of love and kindness. I hope you enjoy it and I wish you an enjoyable viewing experience. Thank you.
A millionaire jokingly persuaded a single mum to be his bride for the evening. But at the dinner, everyone went numb. From the start, things didn't work out the way Olivia had hoped. Firstly, the weather had been atrocious since the morning snow mixed with rain, even though it was the second half of December. There was a gloomy haze, occasional gusts of angry wind, and by late afternoon a hard frost. Secondly, she was constantly short of money. The thought of where to get the means of subsistence became her constant companion. And thirdly, and the most important thing at the time, the landlady was kicking her and her son out of the flat. Enough dancing and crying, she said. Olivia, pack your things, get out. You've been living off me for a year without paying for anything. I've been good to you, but even my goodness has come to an end. I need somewhere to put my friend's son. I'm not going to bring a young man back to my place. I'm a woman in the prime of life, Mrs. Emma added, jerking her chin and tucking a strand of blonde hair behind her ear, but not so reckless as to get involved with a young man like that. I'm the one who's been living off her and not paying for anything. Olivia was indignant to herself. How was it possible to understand the landlady's words, which had no truth in them? Mrs. Emma, she pleaded. How can it be? Where am I going with a child in this cold? Can't we do something? I've paid all my bills on time, and I've had my bedroom redecorated. I don't have any money right now. Please let me live until the 5th. Then I'll fly to my dad's. No, but look how cheeky she is, Mrs. Emma shouted. Mia said you're not allowed in here. Pack up and get out. Or I'll call the police. I'll tell them you broke into my house and stole all my gold. What gold? Mrs. Emma Olivia sobbed, wiping away her tears. You don't have any, and you never had any. Even your wedding ring is costume jewelry. You told me about it yourself, didn't you? No, because you stole it, Mrs. Emma said accusingly. She looked so threatening that Olivia was afraid. If she'd been alone, she wouldn't have argued. She would have gone to the train station, but she couldn't survive with Alex there. Besides, her paycheck wasn't due until the 3rd of the month, and she had almost nothing left in her purse. She'd spent the last of her money on Christmas decorations to cheer herself up. As soon as Olivia thought of her son, he made himself known. Her heart clenched painfully. Where was she to go? The landlady wanted them to leave her flat immediately. Please have pity on Alex, please, Olivia begged. He'll catch cold outside, he'll get sick. Who were you out with, my dear? Go cry to whoever you're crying to, Mrs. Emma said. You've lost your shame. Pack your things and go back to your boyfriend. I'll throw you out on the street. I'll call the police. You're nothing here, just a tramp I took in. Get out, now. Mrs. Emma looked too convincing. Olivia wiped away her tears, realizing she had no choice. They hadn't made a contract with her. Mrs. Emma had always struck her as a wonderful person who couldn't have done such a thing. But she was probably wrong about her. Olivia hurried to her son's room. She dialed the number of Sandra, a friend with whom she worked together at a fast food restaurant. Sandra, honey, can Alex and I come over to your place? Olivia asked. Mrs. Emma's kicking us out of the flat. She said she had to move her son in with some friend of hers right away. I don't know what to do. Maybe I can get through to some help center tomorrow to get Alex and me in until the 5th. What a bastard. Sandra exclaimed after a pause. She's a real bitch. Where is she sending you away? The old hag has gone completely out of her mind. You've been looking after that flat all this time, renovating it after her alcoholic grandfather who smoked and shit there. And now you've probably decided to rent it out before the new year to make some money. I don't know, Sandra, Olivia sighed. You can help us get somewhere to sleep, and then I'll decide what to do. Olivia, I'd love to help, Sandra said. But you see, I've already flown to my brother's for 3 days. Remember what I told you? I didn't even leave my flat keys with my neighbor this time. I won't be back until tomorrow night. Should I wire you some money for the hotel? I'll wire you a taxi and a hotel tomorrow. Enough for a couple of nights. Then you can come back to my place. Oh wait, you can't go to my place. Sam's coming over after the flight. He left his wife and said he'd come with his things, Sandra explained. Well, we'll decide tomorrow. I'll transfer the money to you now, and you don't worry. Sandra, thank you so much, Olivia whispered and switched off the phone. While she was packing her bag with a few things, Alex was in tears. Olivia couldn't understand how a person could do such a cruel thing. She took Mrs. Emma for family, and she'd thrown her and her son, whose godmother she'd become when he was born, out in such a freezing cold. Her heart whimpered and tears rolled down her cheeks as her stern hostess stood over them. Olivia had time to heat up some porridge and feed Alex. The baby sat on the sofa and didn't understand anything, didn't know what was ahead of them. Olivia sincerely thought she was a bad mother, since she couldn't help him. Alex, let's go for a walk, she said to her son, taking a small bite of porridge. Then she zipped her bag with the most necessary things. In such a hurry, physically, she wouldn't be able to pack everything, and she wouldn't be able to take it all out either, especially since Mrs. Emma had been making sure they hadn't taken anything extra the whole time. What was there, exactly? Her things, all the bed linen, plaids, rugs. Olivia bought them all. And she wouldn't have taken it with her, cause there was nowhere to put it. Maybe her mum was right when she called her a spineless fool who couldn't stand up for herself. But what was there to do? The truth was on Mrs. Emma's side. Olivia had no contract, no proof that the landlady had let her in just to stay. Any policeman would have sided with the landlady. Outside, she couldn't remember how she'd ended up with the pram in her bag. Tears filled her eyes, and she kept checking to see if the transfer from Sandra had arrived. But the money hadn't come yet, and where could they go without it? In any hotel you had to pay in advance. Slipping on the ice, Olivia almost fell. Scolding herself, she looked up at the sky. The snow was slowly settling to the ground. The wind had died down. It was quiet and peaceful. Thankfully, at least the weather was smiling on them. Because if there had been a blizzard, they would have been freezing in 5 minutes. Olivia strained to think who else she could call, who she could ask for help. She checked her mobile bank while she rolled the pram with her son to calm him down because Alex had started crying from the cold. The phone slipped out of her frozen hands and rolled on the ice onto the road. She looked around. There didn't seem to be a car, so she left the pram near the metal fence and hurried to the carriageway to pick up the phone. But then there was a squeal of brakes, and a bright light blinded her. Someone yanked Olivia's arm, and she stared at the phone in horror. Or rather, what was left of it after the car had driven over it, crushing it to pieces along with her hope. "Why are you throwing yourself under the wheels? Are you stupid?" A pleasant male voice called out to her. Olivia slowly looked up at her savior. I don't know where that driver came from, like a genie out of a bottle. Olivia glanced down at her phone, which was nothing but a handful of glass and plastic shards scattered across the road. Olivia looked down at the pram with her son and suddenly burst into tears. What to do now? How to contact Sandra? Where would she get the money to pay for the hotel? She wailed in a low voice. The flow of tears turned into a real hysteria. Sobbing and not knowing what to do next, she was ready to collapse into the arms of even a stranger. "I'm sorry," she said, calming down a little. "I just don't have my phone now, and it was my only hope for salvation. I don't know what to do." "Wait, do you want me to walk you home?" The man asked in a sympathetic tone. He looked tired, but that wasn't unusual at this time of day, when most people had already returned from work and some were still coming home. "No, thank you. My son and I have nowhere to go," Olivia said. "Do you know of any charitable organizations that might be able to take us in for a while? We're homeless." "I'm so scared for the baby," Olivia said. "Stop crying in the cold, you'll catch cold. Let's go to the cafe and have some hot tea and you can tell me all about it." Olivia shoved her hand into her pocket, remembering the change she had left in her pocket, but she thought she could at least use it to get a bed in a hostel. "I don't have money for a cafe," she said. "Thank you for your help, but I can't accept it." "I'm not asking you about money. I invited you, so it's my treat," said the stranger. "You can hear the baby starting to cry. You could both get sore throats, and that's the least of all the evils that could happen." The man had some incredibly special aura that made her obey him. And Olivia gave in. She nodded, realizing he was right. They really did need to settle down, if not for dinner, then at least to warm up in a place sheltered from the wind. The stranger helped her lift the pram up the steps at the entrance, and soon they were in the warm room of the cafe, which had a cozy atmosphere. The lights of the sparkling garlands reminded Olivia of a carefree childhood when there had been no problems, when her parents still lived together and had a real family, which had broken up overnight. She sobbed and leaned over her son. In the warmth, he fell fast asleep. Olivia hurriedly undid the lock on his overalls so the boy wouldn't sweat. "What will you be ordering?" the stranger asked in a pleasant voice, and she shuddered. "Thank you, nothing is necessary. You eat on your own, and we'll sit here for company and warm up." "No, that won't do. And if you don't order for yourself, I'll choose for you. Do you like cocoa and marshmallows?" Olivia looked into the piercing blue eyes that looked at her with an inexplicable, touching warmth. They seemed to be filled with Christmas snowflakes that disappeared when the light hit them. "Like you said, cocoa," Olivia nodded. "Yeah, I guess so." She shrugged modestly in response. "I also love cinnamon apple juice." "So order cocoa and juice for the baby." "I don't know what to order. How old is he? Shouldn't he get something a little more serious?" "Alex is 1.5 years, Olivia said. "I have some mashed chicken in my bag." She hurried to open the zip on the gym bag, but it was probably jammed and it broke. Olivia literally howled in frustration and bit her lip. Resentment came over her. What kind of mother was she if she couldn't even provide food for her own child? "Don't worry, I'll help you now," said the stranger, leaning over to the bag. He did something and looked at Olivia with a smile. "There, it's ready," said the stranger. "It won't last long, of course. I'll have to buy a new bag." Olivia nodded and thanked the man, and he called the waitress and placed the order. Olivia asked the waitress for a mug of boiling water to heat the mashed potatoes in, and she hurried into the kitchen with a wide smile. "My name is Sam," the stranger introduced himself. "Thank you," Olivia nodded, drowning in her own thoughts about what to do and how to do it, not quite sure what was wanted. "You've already said thank you several times." "I have," Sam said. "I'm not quite sure why. That's what anyone in their right mind would do if they were me. You threw yourself under the wheels of a car, leaving the pram with the baby. It looked pretty scary, actually. Good thing I have a quick reaction time." Olivia looked at the stranger, going over his words in her head. I think he'd said his name was Sam. "Yeah, I'm sorry," she said. "I'm not quite myself. My head is spinning. I'm sorry again. My name is Olivia. Nice to meet you." "There you go, Olivia." "Nice to meet you," too, Sam nodded. "Tell me, how did it happen that you stayed outside at night, in the cold, and with a small child? Did your husband kick you out of the house?" "No," Olivia answered, still not recovering, and the words flew past her ears. "If I'd never had a husband, that would probably be a good thing. At least I wouldn't be called divorced." She grinned bitterly at her own thoughts, which left a nasty residue on her soul. "No, I don't have a husband," Olivia admitted. "It was something else. When I got pregnant with Alex, I was interning at a big company. Then I was doing my degree. The whole pregnancy, I wasn't myself. They wouldn't hire me after graduation because my belly was showing, and no one wanted to hire an employee who would soon go on maternity leave. I had to make do with humiliating part-time jobs. I rented a small room in a hostel, and then Alex was born." Olivia continued, not knowing why she began to tell all her experiences in front of a stranger. For some reason, she decided to pour out her soul to him. "For the first few months, my son was calm. My colleague and I worked in shifts, and she helped me with my son. And then I was able to get Alex into a nursery. The worst started when he started teething. He cried day and night. I couldn't sleep and I couldn't go to work. And the noise got us kicked out of the hostel. The superintendent, Mrs. Emma, was kind enough to offer her help. She put me and my son in a small flat she had inherited from her alcoholic grandfather. It wasn't exactly a paradise, but it was at least a roof over my head." Olivia quickly got to work, tidied up the flat, made repairs at her own expense, paid her utility bills faithfully, and helped Mrs. Emma make repairs to her flat. And then the traitorous tears came out of Olivia's eyes again. The waitress brought her order, looked at her pityingly, then took a clean handkerchief out of her pocket and handed it to the woman. It was evident that the girl had heard part of the story and sympathized. Anyway, Mrs. Emma kicked Alex and me out and didn't even let us find a place to live, Olivia continued. My friend promised to wire money for a hotel, but she won't be back in town until tomorrow. And now I don't even know if she did. I'll have to stand at the ATM and wait for the money to arrive. I can't let you and the baby stay out on the street tonight, Sam said. Let's have some cocoa now, and then we'll stay at a hotel. I've just flown into town myself, but for certain reasons I'm not ready to go home. We'll stay at the hotel and then we'll see what happens. It's not for nothing they say, the morning is the morning, what do you say? Olivia took the mug of cocoa and looked at the face of her new acquaintance. Should she have accepted help from someone she barely knew? She'd done it once before and now she regretted it. She looked at Sam's soft features and he looked familiar. But she couldn't figure out when or under what circumstances she'd seen that face. After thinking about Sam's proposal for a while, Olivia realized that she couldn't think of a better option. Where could she go with a small child? If he paid for the hotel, she'd just pay him back later. There was no shame in that, and she decided to go along with it. Sam proved that his intentions were pure. By renting 2 different rooms, he didn't insist on his company, and Olivia was grateful to the man for that. They checked into the room. Olivia fed her son mashed bananas and apples, noticing that there was free fruit on the table, a bonus to guests for using the hotel. She dreaded the cost of such a room, but she decided that she would make a deal with Sam and pay him back every cent when she flew back to her father and got a job. Good night, Olivia, Sam said. You get a good night's rest and we'll figure out what to do in the morning. Thank you, Sam. Good night, Olivia said. When she was alone with her son, she was able to relax a little. Alex fell asleep quickly. Alex didn't ask his mother for anything, and he didn't get cranky, which was a relief. After changing into a warm white dressing gown after her shower, Olivia lay down in the soft, cradle-like bed. But sleep wouldn't come. Her mind whirled back and forth with thoughts of what to do next. She could just go to Sandra's tonight. But after all, she'd said the man was moving in with her. She couldn't interfere in her friend's private life because of her own problems. She couldn't change the tickets to her father's place either, because she'd taken them on the nearest flight. Plus, she wasn't sure she could get along with his new wife, who had been unwilling to accept her and her son for a long time. What had changed? Why had she suddenly given the okay? Then Olivia began to wonder why Sam seemed familiar. She certainly hadn't met him before. Maybe she'd seen his picture on social media? She didn't get to sleep until morning, but a knock on the door woke her up. Alex was still sleeping sweetly in the armchair bed. Honey, Olivia said, shaking her head. It was a bad habit, the thumb sucking that had remained after she'd weaned her son. What to do about it, she had no idea yet. The doctor said it would go away, but she was still worried. Olivia hurried to open the door. Sam, already dressed in a red snowflake jumper and warm jeans, looked up at her with a smile. He was holding 2 paper cups of coffee and something else in a dark blue bag. Good morning, he said. Did you get any sleep? Good morning, Olivia said. I'm sorry I'm like this. Yes, not much, but I got some rest. Thanks to you. I can come back later if the boy's still asleep, Sam suggested. Come on in, Olivia smiled and stepped back, inviting him into the room. If Alex wanted to sleep, he couldn't be woken up with a gun. She glanced at herself in the mirror hanging on the wall near the door. Olivia was horrified by her own appearance with her hair still damp and disheveled, as if she'd been electrocuted, and the bruises under her eyes. She looked a little scary. And she was wearing a hotel dressing gown. She didn't have to twirl her skirt around in front of Sam, though. It wouldn't hurt if he saw her like that. The man walked over to the table by the window, where the fruit stood, and sat down. Olivia took a few bold steps toward him, and he handed her a coffee. Do you drink coffee, or are you still a nursing mother? Sam asked. Olivia looked embarrassed and waved her head negatively. No, Alexa. I weaned at 8 months. She looked away and stuttered a little, trying to pull herself together and calm down. But she couldn't blush like that in front of a man she barely knew. He'd think of something else. This is a little present for you. Olivia. Sam handed her the package and smiled. What is it? She asked in surprise as she pulled out the box with the phone in it. Tears came to her eyes. Oh, please. You've done so much for Alex and me, and I'm afraid that the price of such kindness might be too high. But I'm not asking for anything. I got a new SIM card, but if you want it, you can get your own back. Thank you so much. Olivia brushed away the tears from her lashes and smiled again. I didn't think there were any selfless people left in this world. You overestimate me, Olivia. Sam smiled. There is a little self-interest in my concern for you. Olivia opened her eyes wide and stared at the man. Would he really ask to spend the night with him in exchange for such generosity? A shiver began to run shallowly through her entire body. She couldn't even move. As she waited for Sam's next words, Alex woke up suddenly and called her to him in a small voice. Jumping up, Olivia hurried to her son, realizing that she had yet to hear Sam's wish. Taking her son with shaking hands, she tried to control her inner fears. But nothing worked. It seemed as if she would hear the judgment in a moment. For a moment before she had thought that kindness and unselfishness still existed. Olivia, I'm sorry if I frightened you with my words. Sam's voice came, and she turned to him, pulling her son close to her. My request is quite harmless, if I may say so. If you like, we can go down to the local restaurant. The buffet is included in the room rate. And there I'll tell you my story. And a buffet. Oh, Olivia, what have you gotten yourself into? She thought, but nodded as she continued to hold her son close to her. Let me play with the baby while you get changed and cleaned up, Sam said. She must have looked threatening, because he held up his hands to show that he'd conceded defeat. Or I'll just be back in half an hour. Will half an hour be enough time for you to pack? Olivia nodded and Sam walked out, giving Alex a parting smile. His son liked the charming, suave man. Olivia herself didn't know what to think anymore, where to run. She could really run away, but that would be pure piggishness. I mean, Sam had helped them so much. Bringing them to the hotel, buying them a phone. The tips of her ears flared at the thought of what would happen if the man did ask her to pay him in intimacy with her. She let Alex nibble on his favorite baby biscuit and hurried to the shower to change. The shivering didn't stop, becoming feverish at times. Sometimes it subsided briefly, and then came back with renewed vigor. She couldn't remember how she'd collected her son and ended up in the cafe with him, sitting at the table across from Sam. She felt an intense fear that confused her mind. She just didn't know where to put her hands. Sam, you started a conversation in the room but didn't finish it. What did you want in return for your kindness? She asked, glancing at the plate of salad she didn't want to touch. Alex swirled his spoon around the bowl of porridge. Do you want Mum to feed you? Olivia asked. Alex protested and frowned. Independent boy Sam nodded. Yes, and Mum's only joy in life, she replied with a smile. Olivia, I don't want you to be nervous. You have the right to say no. I'm not demanding anything. It just seemed to me that we met yesterday for a reason, and that we could help each other. You need shelter, and I need a bride. The woman's eyes opened wide. She stared at Sam in silence, not understanding what he wanted from her. A fiancé like what? No intimacy or anything extra. Maybe just let me show you off to my parents a couple of times. Olivia breathed out a sigh of relief, but she wasn't relieved because she didn't understand what Sam was suggesting yet. I live in another city, but I come here every year to celebrate New Year's Eve with my family. In the spring, I met a wonderful girl, as it seemed to me. She also has a child, though a little older than yours. But that doesn't change the point. I promised my parents that we would come to New Year's Eve together. But one day I came home early and found Kate with her ex-husband. I don't know what kind of weird love they have, but I can't forgive cheating. Kate swore it wouldn't happen again, begged me to forgive her and not send her away. And I was just slowly going crazy, not knowing what to do next. The next day, when I wanted to dot all the I's and talk about the breakup, Kate ran away with her son. She left a note saying that she had made the decision to go back to her ex-husband and forgive him for all the wrongs of the past. This all happened shortly before the flight. I didn't have time to inform my parents of my breakup with her, and now they expect me to come with my fiancé, and I'm somewhat embarrassed to be the son again who didn't live up to their expectations. Do you think you'll make it better by tricking me? Olivia asked in surprise. I don't know, Olivia. I've always failed to live up to their expectations. Didn't do what they told me to do. Besides, my grandfather is seriously ill. He longed to see my fiancée. Of course, a bride is not a wife, and anything can happen in life. But I desperately want to fulfill his wish. Sam's last words struck a distant chord in Olivia's soul. She felt sorry for the man and wanted to help him. She furrowed her brow and sighed heavily, thinking that such an idea seemed wrong. What if your parents recognize me? What if we've met them before, since we live in the same town? Then we won't meet again, of course, because Alex and I are leaving on the 5th to visit my father in another city. But what if we've seen each other before? It's unlikely. My parents prefer to stay at home, go to the theater, exhibitions. I don't think you have the same interests as them. You're such a young girl, Olivia. But I can show you pictures of them. She looked at the couple and smiled, thinking that she'd once had a loving, close-knit family. Her heart even squeezed. What if something goes wrong? I can't lie. What if your family suspects something's wrong? Everything's going to be fine, Olivia. No one will suspect anything. You have nothing to worry about. As it happens, I never even told you my fiancé's name, so we won't actually have to pretend. Olivia thought for a moment. Lying was wrong, of course. But Sam had saved her, and she wanted to thank him. Besides, she'd have a chance to spend some time somewhere before the flight without burdening her friend. I'll do it. I hope I don't regret it. After lunch, Sam suggested that she and Alex go to the mall and buy some new clothes. The man gently hinted that he was a fairly well-off man, and it would be strange if his fiancée and her baby looked too plain. Olivia wasn't offended by his words, but she asked for some time to catch her breath and call her friend. Alex was due for his afternoon nap, so they returned to the room, and she immediately dialed Sandra's number, which she remembered by heart. Hello, answered a small voice. Hello? Who is this? Sandra, it's me. Olivia, she whispered, moving closer to the window. She didn't want to wake her son, because he was a very light sleeper during the day. My star, Sandra said. Do you realize that I've almost lost my mind overnight? You reported that you were being thrown out on the street, and then you just disappeared. What do you call that, Olivia? I was just about to call the morgues and hospitals. I called the super, and I gave her a real beating. Where are you? What happened? Sandra asked. A car rolled my phone into the pavement yesterday. Olivia answered. But that's not the point. Here's the thing. I think I'm in trouble. What's going on? Where are you, Olivia? My friend asked me worriedly. My flight was postponed because of the weather. And my brother asked me to stay. But I called a friend of mine. She's a nice woman, and she'll take you in. I'll write down the address. Take your time. Sandra, here's the thing. I think I've found a roof over my head, Olivia said. She told her friend everything from the beginning and ended by agreeing to play the role of a millionaire's bride. Olivia. That only happens in the cinema. Sandra exclaimed. You met a millionaire? That's amazing. Are you going to celebrate New Year's Eve with his family? Do you have pictures of him? Let me see. Is he cute? He's a good-looking guy. Olivia replied, embarrassed. That's it, said her friend. Just say he's a good-looking guy. Ooh, mate, I really want to see him. Catch luck by the tail. And charm the millionaire to not just play the role of his bride, continued Sandra. And fly away after the new year with him, and a ring on his finger somewhere in the Maldives. Really? Olivia protested. I'm not going to seduce him, and I don't need millionaires. In fact, I never intended to marry for the sake of convenience. Ever since I was a little girl, I've dreamed of a great and pure love. Although I realize that most of the time such a thing nowadays exists only in films. But it's better not to start a family at all than to seduce a man because of his financial situation, Olivia said. What do you want? A computer genius? Sandra asked dismissively. Olivia's heart ached. She remembered the man who had charmed her at first sight, made her fall madly in love with him, and then just as quickly disappeared from her life. He had introduced himself as a computer programmer. Sandra, I have Alex, she said with a smile. He is the most important man in my life. Okay, you rest there with your brother, Olivia said. Thank you for your help. I'll pay you back if you have time to transfer the money. Thanks for everything. You better take my advice, mate, and strike while the iron is hot. I'm waiting for a picture of your handsome boy. Olivia smiled and switched off the phone. For a moment, she pictured Sam beside her and realized that she didn't really see him as her fiancé. He was certainly good-looking, calm, well-off kind. But the chemistry that usually came with first contact with a loved one didn't appear inside. While Alex slept, she thought about the fact that her life had become too strange. She didn't even notice how quickly the time flew by. Soon Sam knocked on the door. Alex had just woken up. She hurriedly fixed her hair before opening the door to meet the man. So, shall we go shopping? Sam asked. Yes, of course, Olivia replied. Are you still sure that's a good idea? Olivia, let's go straight to you. It would be weird if the bride addressed me as you, Sam said. And no, I haven't changed my mind. Yeah, okay, let's just agree that we're not going to buy anything that costs a fortune. Okay, Sam agreed. You have nothing to worry about. Think of the presents as a little bonus for helping me out. He winked, and Olivia felt a little heavy. She wasn't used to someone giving her gifts like that. She didn't want to get used to it. But why do I need all this luxury? She thought. Sandra's words echoed in her head. Strike while the iron is hot. She hurriedly pushed them away from her. She couldn't throw herself at the first man she met just because he was rich and seemingly a good man. A new pram for walking, a new expensive jumpsuit, new clothes for her. Olivia was embarrassed. Somehow it didn't seem right. She hadn't felt like this in a long time. She felt like she was a stranger, like she was in the wrong place. And it made her want to run away. After all, she was to celebrate New Year's Eve in the company of a family that was a stranger to her, and pretend that she was a stranger among strangers. Should she have said yes? After all, Sam had offered her the chance to say no. She couldn't take it back now because he'd spent a lot of money on them. Ready to meet my family? Sam smiled affectionately. I'm sure you'll love it. Olivia didn't really care about that question. She didn't plan to be a part of this family anyway, because it wasn't real. Sam, are you sure this is a good plan? Olivia asked. Your family is waiting for you first and foremost. They'd be happy to see their son, even though he'd broken up with his fiancée. Olivia tried to talk the man out of the foolish idea, but he remained firm. It'll be fine, Sam replied. I'm sure we'll be fine. But you'll fool the people you love, Olivia said. The people who trust you, who wait for you with an open mind, who are genuinely happy for your happiness. Tears came to Olivia's eyes. Olivia, I'm not forcing you, Sam said. If you don't want to be a part of this, just say so. I'm not asking for anything in return. And all this stuff will be a New Year's present for you and Alex. There was irritation in Sam's voice, and she realized that she shouldn't have tried to force her point of view on him. If he'd made up his mind, she should just help him realize it, especially since she'd already agreed to it. It's okay, Olivia nodded toward the street. Let's go, there's a taxi waiting downstairs. And they got out. A middle-aged, blonde, middle-aged woman threw herself into Sam's arms, and Olivia knew at once that it was his mother. Standing off to the side was a dark-haired man with gray in his hair. Mom, you're crushing me. Sam moaned, pretending to be short of breath. I'll crush him. What a big bore he's grown, sobbed the woman. I remember when you were a little boy. You'd better meet my fiancé and our son, Sam interrupted her. Traitorous red spots appeared on Olivia's cheeks. And our son, she thought. No man had ever called Alex his son before, and even though she realized it was all staged, she still couldn't even move. Like a mesmerized woman, she stared at Sam's back until he turned around. This is Olivia, my fiancé, and Alex, he introduced them. Olivia, these are my parents, Mom, Mrs. Amanda, and Dad, Mr. Kyle. Hello, Olivia stammered. Oh my God, what a miracle. Mrs. Amanda splashed her hands and rushed over to her, opening her arms to embrace her. Hello, Olivia. Hello, Mr. Kyle said dryly. How beautiful you are. I had imagined my eldest son's bride, but I never thought she would turn out to be such a princess. Such a delicate, sensual young beauty. Mrs. Amanda released Olivia from her embrace and looked into the prom where Alex was sleeping. And the boy? He's so handsome. Olivia. Are you sure he's not Sam's? He looks just like him, she exclaimed. Look at that, Kyle. It's like I'm back in the past when my boys were little. Olivia flinched at the woman's question, and she and Sam looked at each other. Mum, of course he's not my son, Sam said. Well, I am, but not biologically, Sam explained. I told you that when I met Olivia, she already had a child. I see Mrs. Amanda nodded. But it's a striking resemblance. She couldn't stop admiring it. Well, enough about the resemblance. Come round the table and we'll have tea. The acquaintance seemed to go relatively well. But that was just the beginning, and the fear inside Olivia had only deepened when Sam's father, Mr. Kyle, had looked at her with a slight look of bewilderment in his eyes, as if he suspected something. As the saying goes, the thief's hat is on fire, Olivia thought. That was true for her. She was ready to burst with shame at the wonderful woman who'd been deceived by her own son, and she was no better for having agreed to play along. When she entered the kitchen, she breathed in the sweet aroma of baking apple pie with cinnamon and cocoa. God, it smells so good. Olivia gasped for the wrong reason. The smell reminded her so strongly of the man who'd come into her life, taken her head spinning, and disappeared. Unwanted tears stung her eyes for a moment. Olivia, tell us about yourself, Mrs. Amanda asked interestedly. We don't know anything about you at all. Sam brought the pram. He had wiped the wheels so that the parquet wouldn't get dirty, and she smiled gratefully at the man. Alex woke up and whimpered at the soft smell. Mummy. The baby called out. Who's so handsome awake? Mrs. Amanda cooed. Grandma's going to give Alex a nice meal. Can we give him vanilla curd pudding? It's not too sweet. I used to spoil my babies with it when they were tiny. Yes, I think we can give him some, Olivia nodded. Thank you. Sam lifted the pram so that Alex could sit in it and moved it closer to the table. His son looked curiously at the people he barely knew. He wasn't particularly fond of new faces, but he accepted this family as his own, which was gratifying. Mrs. Amanda placed a treat in front of him, poured juice into a glass with a tube, and the baby wrapped his arms around it. The woman poured cocoa for everyone and began to carefully arrange the pieces of cake. Olivia, what happened to Alex's father? Mrs. Amanda asked, sitting down at the table. Alex's father. Olivia was confused for a second and glanced at an equally confused Sam, who made it clear with his eyes that she could say whatever she wanted. And she decided that at least she wouldn't keep the truth out of it at that moment. The fact that Sam hadn't had time to tell anyone about his fiancée played into their hands. The thing is, we broke up, Olivia began. He'd left me, playing with my feelings. He hadn't promised me anything, though. It was more of a youthful mistake. When I told him I was expecting a child, he didn't rush back into my life. That's all, she shrugged. It's a sad story, Mrs. Amanda sighed. But it's all for the best. If he hadn't disappeared from your life, you and Sam would never have met. Olivia ended her story on a high note. Meeting Sam had indeed been a miracle. If it hadn't been for him, she couldn't imagine what she might have done out of desperation. What a bastard. Mrs. Amanda splashed her hands and immediately covered her mouth because Alex hurried to repeat the word and laughed. The woman smacked her lips. It completely slipped her mind that there was such a baby at home. It's okay, don't worry, Olivia reassured her. It would do Alex good to know that people like that existed. Her heart calmed a little, but not for long. Here comes my youngest son. Mrs. Amanda smiled. Michael, wash your hands, dear, and join the tea party. Sam brought his bride. Good afternoon. A voice with soft vibrations began to break through Olivia's mind, driving her crazy. It couldn't have happened. It wasn't right. It wasn't supposed to be like this. It was impossible. A lump rose in her throat. No, it wasn't a coincidence. Why didn't Sam say anything about his brother? Why hadn't he shown his picture? Olivia turned around slowly as she sat with her back to the door and her mouth dropped open in surprise. "What an adorable bride my brother has," Michael muttered, forcing out a smile. Olivia was ready to burst into tears and run away from this house. He pretended not to recognize her, and maybe she should have thanked him. But she had to talk to Sam to tell him the truth about what it was that had, and still did, bind her to his brother. She was confused and realized she couldn't take another bite. "Do you mind? I'm going to step away for a moment," she said to the crowd. "I'm going to wash my face with cool water. I have a headache from the flight," Olivia apologized, glancing at Sam. "Yeah, sure," the man nodded. He frowned, as if he saw her words as a desire for privacy. "Michael, show our guest to the bathroom and the lavatory, while Sam tells us how he's doing. It's been forever since we've seen each other," Mrs. Amanda intervened. Michael obediently got up from the table. "Follow me," he said to Olivia. "Will you look after Alex?" she asked Mrs. Amanda. "Sweetheart, of course I will. You're asking me. Go on, don't worry. Your boy will be fine." Olivia exhaled, nodded, stood up and, after a moment's hesitation, followed Michael. The scent of cinnamon mixed with woody notes was driving her crazy. It was the scent she reveled in when the man pulled her close to him, when they first bumped into each other and kissed. "Here we have the bathroom on the right and the bathroom on the left," Michael hissed, glancing in her direction. Olivia, swaying again from weakness, almost slammed into his chest and wanted to pull away, but he wouldn't let her. Grabbing her in his bear hug, Michael pulled her towards him. She wanted to claw his eyes out. "I'll let you go, but I'll warn you. If you tell anyone about us, you'll regret it," he whispered. "I don't know what brought you and Sam together, but he's a good guy, and I'm not going to let you break his heart by not telling him about us if you really love him. Do you understand me?" Olivia didn't understand where the man got so much anger from. She nodded affirmatively. Michael let her go, glared at her, and hurried back to the others. She walked into the bathroom, closed herself in, grabbed her shoulders with her hands, and slowly settled to the floor. She was literally shaking from the emotions overflowing her soul. He demanded she not tell her brother anything, that was all. He hadn't even asked how he and his son had managed without him all this time. How were they surviving? Living from penny to penny, when he himself, as it turned out, was living large. Tears ran down her cheeks, but she was quick to wipe them away. Perhaps she should have done what he'd told her, not to say anything to anyone about their old relationship. Just erase that man from her past. It was as if he never existed, as if she'd never met him before. Olivia washed her face with cold water, and after she calmed down, she went back to the kitchen and hurried to take her seat, because her legs were shaking. Michael was smiling as he told his brother something, but when he saw her, he frowned. He acted as if she had left him with a small child. Alex noticed her, quieted down. Finally, Olivia helped him out of the pram, and her son immediately dragged her to explore the house. "Olivia, you go get some rest after the flight. I'm going to sit with Alex for a while. Children are such a blessing." Mrs. Amanda caught up with her. Happiness, Olivia nodded. "We thought we should put up the tree tonight, because tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and we haven't done anything yet. It's going to be great." "I love decorating the tree," Olivia smiled, trying to keep the conversation going. But what she really wanted to do was to disappear, to escape. "Michael, you help Daddy get the tree and its decorations out of the attic and bring the box of our old toys, and I'll play with Alex," Mrs. Amanda said to her youngest son. Olivia looked at the man standing in the doorway. He was tall, large-built, with a stiff, dark hedgehog of hair and big blue eyes. That's why Sam seemed familiar to her. She and her brother looked alike. Not as much, though, because Sam was more like his mother and Michael more like his father. Same habits and stern expression. "Sam and Olivia are going to go into the room and enjoy each other," Michael gritted his teeth, as if his mother's words had hurt him. He didn't look at Olivia, but she noticed the way his hands clenched into fists. Had he mistaken her for a fortune hunter until now? She was the one who should have been angry. A wave of rage rushed over her in a powerful flood, but she continued to smile. Sam took her hand and led the way. She looked back at her son. Alex was engrossed in playing with Mrs. Amanda and didn't notice anyone around him. To think that this woman was actually her son's grandmother. Olivia was a little scared to be alone with Sam because she didn't know if she should tell him about the connection with his brother. After all, she was in this house at his request. It was important for him to know the whole truth. Except she wasn't sure if she'd be comfortable telling him he was Alex's uncle. As they passed Michael, she was out of breath, dizzy, and suddenly realized that she would be living next to this man for a week. The last realization caused intense inner pain. I forgot to warn you about a small nuance. We'll have to share a room, Sam whispered as they left the living room. But don't worry, I'll sleep on the floor. The master of the house will sleep on the floor. Wow. Olivia thought. Well, even if he's not the master, he's in charge. They entered the huge, tastefully furnished, bright room, and Sam closed the door behind them. Olivia turned around and looked him in the eye. Sam, we need to talk, she began. But her tongue immediately stuck to her mouth. It was hard to tell him the truth that was making her sick to her stomach. Yeah, Olivia, so far so good. My family has accepted you. Don't mind your father and brother. They like you. My dad's always so serious. But you even managed to get your brother emotional, Sam said. I could tell that Michael was jealous of my choice. Sam smiled broadly and sat back in his chair, but Olivia clutched her hands to her head and exhaled excitedly. The thing is, your brother Michael. Did he hurt you in some way? He remarked. Sam could see how tense Sam was. The man immediately stared into Olivia's eyes, as if he were trying to understand her emotions, to penetrate her inner world. No, he didn't hurt me, Olivia answered. Not today, anyway. The thing is, Michael is Alex's father. Olivia said it spontaneously, but it didn't make her feel any better. It was like a hoop was squeezing her insides and tying them in a tight knot. Wait, what did you just say? Michael is Alex's father. Sam turned pale. Olivia was as shocked as he was, but she couldn't hide the truth from the man who'd helped her and her son, sheltered them, and kept them warm. And she couldn't lie to him. Yes, when I was an intern at a big company, I met a programmer there. I realize now that he was just playing me and pretending to be a programmer. Probably. But that's not the point. Michael became my first love, my first man and the father of my son. Except he disappeared from my life, as if he was afraid or only wanted intimacy. I looked for him, but they never told me anything about him. And who was I in a big company? Just an intern. Michael's colleague said he was on a business trip. My internship was coming to an end. I wrote him a letter and asked that his colleagues give it to him. In the letter I wrote that I was pregnant. I called and texted him on the phone, but Michael didn't answer. And now we meet again. He doesn't know we're just playing bride and groom. He told me not to break my heart for you. Anyway, I don't know what to think, what to do next. Maybe I should pack up my son and leave too. Sam exhaled noisily and wrapped his arms around his head. He swayed in his chair as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. I don't understand at all, the man asked. Such a coincidence could only happen miraculously. What were the odds that I would save my own nephew's mother? My brother is a jerk, of course, and I don't know if there's any way I can convince you to stay. Sam looked up at Olivia as if he were looking into her heart. She felt sorry for the man because she couldn't turn back and embarrass him in front of his family. I wasn't going to run away, she said in a shaky voice. You just had to know the truth. We'll convince my brother that we're serious, and we'll make him regret leaving you with the baby. Except now I can't just let you go God knows where with a baby. To your father, who may not be expecting you, from what you've told me. Tell me, how can I help you and my nephew? Sam asked. Sam, please don't. I don't want to be pitied. What does it matter if Michael is his father or someone else? My son is my blood, Olivia replied. You're not quite right, the man countered. Okay, let's talk about everything after New Year's. I'm worried that things might not go the way I want them to. You mentioned your brother. Doesn't he have a habit of getting drunk and talking rubbish? If he said anything at the party table, it would be unpleasant. Olivia was worried, because now there was someone who could easily expose them for lying. She also couldn't believe her son was the child of a millionaire. While they'd been wandering the corners, his father had been swimming in money and luxury and never remembered them. "No, my brother doesn't drink." "If you want, I'll talk to him," Sam said. No, Olivia opened her eyes wide. "I'd rather you didn't. Let him think we're serious. We'll figure out what to do from there." Sam nodded, and she felt a little better. She hoped everything would be okay now. It had to be. At least she'd been honest with the man and told him the truth he deserved to know. Whatever Michael decided to do in the long run, it wasn't going to affect them. "You get some rest," Sam said. "I'm not going to hurt you. If my mum only knew that Alex was her own grandson." "What about your grandfather? You said you wanted me to meet him?" "Granddad's coming today. He's on holiday at the sanatorium, and he'll be home tonight. You'll meet him, and I'll go help my father and see how my brother reacts to everything." "Okay," Olivia nodded. Sam got up from the chair. She sat down on the edge of the bed. The man looked at her sadly. "I'm sorry I dragged you into all this, but I'm certainly not sorry you're here now. At least I know that my brother isn't as good at everything as my parents think he is, and I'll make sure my nephew and his mother never end up on the streets again." "Thank you," Olivia whispered, and Sam walked out. When she was alone in the room, she collapsed on the bed and cried. There was no strength left. It was as if she'd been gutted, turned inside out, and now she didn't know what was going to happen next. When Olivia woke up, it was already dark outside. She shuddered, jumped to her feet, took a quick look in the mirror, and hurried downstairs. Mrs. Amanda must have thought me so impertinent as to hang her baby on her and fall asleep, she thought. And she slept so long. Olivia's mind raced. The panicky thought that if Sam had told everyone the truth, Michael would decide to take the baby away from her mother. Panic raged through her veins until she ran downstairs to find her son sleeping peacefully on the sofa with Mrs. Amanda crouched beside him. "Get ready." She heard a commanding voice behind her. Olivia flinched and turned around. Michael was standing next to her, looking at her as if she were an enemy of the people. Pack for what? Had he really found out everything? Had he talked to Sam and now he and his son were going to be thrown out into the cold? Would it be a repeat of the day before? Or was it just her? Olivia's mind raced. Sam and his father had left on business. "My brother was supposed to be back, but he's running late. That's why Mom asked that you and I pick out the Christmas decorations. Our old ones are ruined," Michael explained. "I'm not going to change anything with you, so pack up and come out." "Wait, I can't go with you. I have to call Sam." "If you have to, call him. Just keep in mind, I won't wait long." Olivia frowned. Michael turned 180 degrees and hurried out of the house. Stepping into the kitchen so as not to wake her son and his grandmother, Olivia dialed Sam's number. "Are you awake?" His voice came through. "I'm sorry I had to leave for the sanitarium. There was a mix-up, so my dad and I went to pick up my grandfather. I'm sorry I didn't even get to say goodbye." Sam apologized again. Olivia realized that it was okay. "You don't need to apologize. Michael told me that we had to go shopping for Christmas decorations." "Did he?" she asked cautiously. "Yes, Mom asked me to. The ornaments that were stored in the attic had deteriorated over time. The paint had faded, leaked. I don't really know what happened, but Mom thought it would be nice to update them. And she wanted you to go and pick out new ones." "Yeah, I get it." "Okay, Chuckles." In fact, the only thing Olivia didn't understand was why Sam and her father had been the ones to go after her grandfather. Why not Michael? I mean, it would have been more natural. Or maybe it was just that his mum wanted her to make friends with everyone in the family, and she'd started with Michael. "But if you don't want to, you can wait for me." "Let's go together," Sam suggested. "It's all right. I'll be fine. Don't worry." "Okay, kisses." "Kisses," Olivia repeated, realizing that it was an integral part of their act. She glanced once more into the living room, where Alex was sleeping sweetly. And then she remembered Michael's harsh voice, and a flock of goosebumps ran down her spine. But was it possible to be such a cruel man? Olivia didn't argue, however. If Sam had asked her to go, then he was sure his brother wouldn't hurt her or try to find out anything about their fake relationship. Hastily putting on her hat, the white down jacket they'd picked out with Sam, she slipped her feet into her boots and felt a strong thrill of trepidation. She would have to spend time with the man who had betrayed her and her son, abandoned them, and now pretended they were strangers to each other. Except did Michael know that Alex was his son, whether or not her letter had been given to him? Olivia got into Michael's car. She turned her back to the window, and he started the engine, turned on the music, and drove silently out of the yard. She'd expected that was how they'd spend their time in the shop, since she didn't want to pick out Christmas decorations with him. Though she was usually a fan of Christmas shopping, she was particularly excited about the displays of things that were out of reach for her modest budget. Olivia hadn't put up a tree in 2 years. First she'd been pregnant, and then Alex had been born. He was too young to celebrate New Year's Eve. "How did you meet my brother?" Michael asked suddenly. Olivia flinched as she looked at him. "I was looking in Forbes magazines for the name of a rich and successful bachelor. How else would I meet him?" she replied, but immediately bit her tongue. It wasn't as if she'd intended to flirt with her ex, but it had all happened on its own. Or could her words not be called flirting? "One rich, successful guy probably got off the hook by now," Michael asked with disdain in his voice. Olivia glanced at him, but didn't answer. He probably didn't really know that Alex was his son, but that didn't change anything now. He'd given up on her, and she wasn't going to keep a man by her side with the help of a child. There was probably some truth in the man's words, at least from his point of view, even though she didn't know then that her son's father was a rich and successful man. She had fallen in love with a simple programmer, even though he was skillfully pretending to seduce a young girl. Michael fell silent, stubbornly hiding his true feelings. He kept his eyes on the road, and Olivia was glad for the silence. Let him think whatever he wanted. It didn't matter who he saw her as now, it didn't change anything. He'd run away, cut off contact, and decided it was for the best. So be it. The hypermarket Michael had brought her to had a huge Christmas decorations section. Garlands glittering with bright colors, fluffy artificial fir trees, modest live pine paws, a lot of toys. Her eyes went wild and she wanted to grab everything. Except, at the same moment, Olivia remembered that she didn't have any money. Sam hadn't said anything about it, so she had to talk to her ex again. "What's our budget?" she asked. He laughed heartily and shrugged. "Whatever your heart desires," he replied, as if he was doing her a favor. "Why did Mrs. Amanda want me to be the one to choose the jewelry? Why couldn't you have traveled here alone?" "She wants you to feel like you're part of the family. Mum likes you, even though she doesn't understand your true nature," Michael said. Olivia felt a pang of resentment, but she swallowed her ex's words. She pretended she wasn't hurt in the slightest. Let him think what he wanted. What did it matter? It's all in the past. She changed her phone number and fled from him. For a moment she was stunned by the thought that he might have good reasons for doing that too, but she forbade herself to think about how things might have turned out otherwise. What was the point of sorting things out now and trying to figure out what exactly had happened between them? Remembering the color scheme of the living room in their house, Olivia decided to go with the delicate tones of the Christmas tree ornaments. She put blue balls and snow-white toys into the trolley. Accidentally dropping one of the boxes, she bent down to pick it up, and she and Michael bumped foreheads because he rushed to do the same. Their gazes crossed. Her eyes pinched at the memory, because that was exactly how their first meeting had been. Olivia had been running down the corridor to her supervisor with papers she'd found wrong, and she'd dropped the papers out of her hands and crouched down to collect them. But it turned out that she wasn't the only one who had decided to do that. Michael then wanted to help her, leaned over, and they bumped foreheads. Thus began their love story. It was probably the way it was supposed to end. Except that she suddenly felt a desperate urge to kiss the man, which she had to suppress with an effort. She quickly jumped to her feet and began to adjust her clothes. Michael slowly got up, put the box back in its place and moved a couple of steps away, probably deciding to keep his distance between them. "How much jewelry do you have to choose from?" Olivia asked. "I mean, how big is your Christmas tree?" But Michael didn't move. as if he hadn't heard the question. Olivia gently touched the man's arm and he flinched. When he looked at her, he frowned, probably remembering their first kiss and drowning in the memories, just as Olivia had fallen into them. How tall is your tree? You have to decide how many toys to get, whether you want garlands or tinsel, she continued. Take whatever you think you need, get a basket full of toys. They won't be superfluous. Mum likes a lot of them, Michael said in a surprisingly calm voice. Olivia nodded. There was a bonus to this trip, wasn't there? She could enjoy the jewelry, which gave her a great deal of mental satisfaction. Do you love my brother? Michael asked suddenly, and Olivia flinched, turning to look in his direction. Why had he suddenly decided to talk about her love for Sam? Would she be so open about it? Anyway, she tried to dodge the question and grabbed the first box of lights that looked like little bears. Did you love me? The second question seemed to hit her under the breath. Olivia turned around and looked at Michael, trying to figure out what he wanted to achieve with those questions. She couldn't think of a single coherent thought. Michael, what does it matter now? I'm marrying your brother. You and I are no longer together. Don't dwell on the memories of the past, she said. Olivia decided that was more than enough, taking a few more garlands, brightly colored rainbows and tinsel. But she couldn't pass up the glowing snowflakes and stickers to decorate the doors and windows. Soon the shopping was complete. Michael paid for the items at the checkout, bagged everything up, and they drove home. On the way, Olivia felt her inner excitement heighten at being in such close proximity to her son's father, who might not have known that Alex was his son. How much she wanted to ask him questions that tore at her soul from the inside out. To ask Michael why he'd disappeared, why he'd abandoned her, and now suddenly he was talking about the past again. But she couldn't set Sam up. A happy bride wasn't supposed to talk or think about her past. As soon as the car stopped in the courtyard of the huge mansion, Olivia hurried out. She wanted to see her son and find out how he was feeling. But most importantly, she wanted to get rid of Michael's company. But her heeled shoes were playing tricks on her. When she slipped on the icy path, she thought she'd land with the back of her head on a rock in a second. But she found herself in the safe, strong arms of a man from her past. Michael held his breath, looking at her with unspeakable tenderness and longing. Olivia tried to move to break free, but he didn't rush to help, continuing to stand, leaning over her. Her heart began to beat faster. Michael leaned even lower. The scent of cinnamon apple hit her nose with such a familiar, painful memory that Olivia unconsciously opened her lips. A little more, and they would inevitably kiss. But then the automatic gate began to open. Michael cursed sharply, helped Olivia up, and glared at her as if she were his greatest enemy. "Stay away from me," he hissed. Olivia nodded, agreeing that it was best for both of them. She rushed into the house, realizing that she wouldn't be able to make eye contact with Sam and meet his grandfather just yet. "Alex, who's that arriving?" Mrs. Amanda stepped out into the hallway with her son, and he jabbed a finger in Olivia's direction and laughed. "Mrs. Amanda, aren't you and him tired?" Olivia asked in a worried voice, trying to steady her breathing and the frantic pulse that was literally pounding through her veins. Somehow Michael's closeness was still working on her, driving her crazy for the man who'd once hurt her so badly. And how could she ever get tired of him? The boy's so calm and smart. You have no idea how happy that made me. Now I finally have my long-awaited grandson. Mrs. Amanda's eyes brimmed with tears, and Olivia wanted to tell her that it was true, that Alex was her own grandson. But she forced herself to suppress the urge. Then she'd be setting Sam up to expose his lies about the fake fiancé, which she didn't want to do. Her son clearly didn't want to go back, because he had a lot of new and interesting toys to show his grandmother. Probably he felt the native blood somewhere on a subconscious level. The door opened, and Olivia hurried to greet Sam. After all, that's what a loving bride should do. She flew past Michael and froze in the corridor when she saw the smiling, good-natured grandfather Sam was holding under his arm. "What's up, princess?" smiled the older man. "Sam, let go of me. Why are you holding me like an invalid? And I'm still a wow," he laughed. "Mr. Jason." He introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Olivia," she said. "Let me hug you, Olivia. How glad I am to have a young beauty in our house." My grandchildren are so caught up in their work. They're all in no hurry to start a family. At least one of them finally realized it was time. Olivia moved closer and hugged Grandpa Sam. Mr. Jason was smiling slightly too and looked up at Olivia, who helped him into the living room and into a chair. Alex immediately ran up to him with a soft toy horse. "Grandpa," said the little boy and climbed into his grandfather's lap. Tears came to Mr. Kyle's eyes. Olivia realized that she couldn't deprive them of such happiness because Alex was their own person. She should have talked to Sam. His family had a right to know that Alex was their blood. "Guys, get the decorations. You're going to put up the tree and decorate it. Olivia, we're going to set the table. Mr. Kyle and Mr. Jason can handle Alex." Mrs. Amanda's eyes lit up with a warm glow. Yes, of course, she nodded, looking fondly at her son, who was cuddling with his grandfather. While Sam and Michael carried the bags of ornaments into the house and put up the tree, the women set the table in the living room, placing the birthday cake that Mrs. Amanda had baked in the center. Soon the towering green beauty stood 3 meters tall in the living room. It was only at that moment that Olivia noticed how high the ceilings were on the ground floor. It was the kind of New Year's Eve she'd never dreamed of before. She had only seen such large Christmas trees in movies or in shopping malls. Everyone sat down at the table. "Mr. Jason, have you noticed how much Alex looks like little Sam?" Mrs. Amanda asked. Olivia took a sip of her mineral water. She and Sam looked at each other. Alex was devouring a grated apple and carrot and smiling. Apparently, they were the only ones who knew the truth so far. Sam wasn't that skinny. He was a dense boy, Mr. Kyle interjected. Big or little, skinny or dense, it didn't matter. But he looked so much like our boys as a boy. Mrs. Amanda persisted. "I don't know which one he looks more like, Michael or Sam." Mr. Jason chuckled and looked slyly at Olivia and then at Michael. It was as if Grandpa suspected something wrong, and Olivia felt uneasy. She took a quick bite of her pie and hurried to get the ornaments and hang them on the tree. Soon the others joined her. By the time they had decorated the tree, Alex had fallen asleep on the couch. Olivia looked at the clock and was surprised it was already past 12. It was beautiful. "Olivia, you have great taste." Mrs. Amanda complimented her. "Thank you. I'm glad you liked it," Olivia smiled. "I'll go get Alex. It's time for him to go to bed." "No need, sweetheart. I'll just pull the sofa apart carefully and lie down next to the boy. You and Sam can have a good time together. Are you tired? I'm so happy to have a baby." Michael coughed softly, as if to show his displeasure. He jumped to his feet and gave Olivia an angry look. "It's too much of a fuss. I'm going to bed, because we're all going to have to work hard tomorrow," he said. "Good night. It was nice to meet you." "Olivia, good night," he mumbled. Michael left. Sam beckoned Olivia to follow him, whispering in his ear that Alex was perfectly safe with his mother. She was extremely unaccustomed to leaving her son with someone overnight. But Mrs. Amanda insisted, and the boy slept sweetly. So she decided not to disturb his sleep. She and Sam escorted the grandfather into the bedroom and retired to their room. The man lay down in the armchair bed. Olivia stretched out on the huge bed, feeling a little uncomfortable. "Sam, should I lie down in the chair? This is your room, after all." "And you're my nephew's mother," the man smiled. "I'm sorry you had to go toy shopping with my brother. It all happened so fast. I didn't want to wake you up." "It's okay. He didn't eat me. Nothing criminal happened." "I would have killed him if anything had happened," Sam countered. "Olivia, I think he's jealous of you." "I don't think so. He's probably just mad that I'm around his brother right now. It's just one day gone. It'll all be behind us soon. Good night, Olivia." "Good night," she said with a smile. In the morning, Olivia played a little with her son and called Sandra. "Hi, my girl. I could kick your arse for doing this. I'm worried about you and she won't even return my calls." "I'm fine, Sandra. Don't worry about it." "What about your rich guy? You still haven't sent me any pictures of him," she asked mysteriously. "He's not my rich man. But I think I'm in more trouble than I thought, Olivia whispered, telling Sandra all about her arrival at the house and the fact that Michael was Sam's brother. What a bastard. If I were you, I'd, especially since Sam's a bachelor, to prove to that jerk that he's not the only one in the world. Thanks for the advice, Sandra. I think I'll figure it out. She and her friend wished each other a happy new year, and Olivia switched off the phone. She didn't want to talk about Michael, much less seduce Sam to prove something to his brother. She needed to call her father to congratulate him. Because he wouldn't be able to reach her, she hadn't restored her SIM card yet. Olivia dialed his number and listened to the long beeps. He didn't answer right away. Suddenly, the drunken voices in the receiver made her wince. It was the drunkenness that had once separated him from his mom and ruined their family. "Who is it?" Dad asked in a husky voice. "Dad, it's me, Olivia. Happy New Year." "Olivia who?" "Oh, Olivia. I'm glad you called. I just wanted to tell you that I can't make it. We made up, and she doesn't even want you to come for a week. So you're going to have to make your own arrangements." Dad's words were a stunner. He didn't even congratulate her. Olivia had always tried to look for the good in him and justified it to her mum when she decided to divorce him. It was a shame her mummy wasn't alive anymore, because then she would have been able to apologize to her for sticking up for her father so often. He was the cause of the frequent scandals between them. It was a shame that Olivia had realized it too late. Switching off the phone, Olivia brushed away her tears and hurried into the kitchen. All the food for New Year's Eve had been ordered from the restaurant, but Mrs. Amanda had decided to make the hot meal herself. Mr. Jason intercepted Olivia in the corridor. The old man smiled good-naturedly as he looked out of his room and beckoned her over. "Olivia, I'm so excited to decorate my room. Everyone's fussing about, and I can't catch anyone. It's a bit hard to walk far, my legs are not young. There's a green box in the garage in the far right corner with garlands and old Christmas cards. Can you help me bring them here and then decorate them nicely? I'd like to cheer myself up a little." "Sure, I'll bring them in." Olivia nodded. She threw on her down jacket and hurried to the garage. When she opened the door, she flinched because she saw Michael inside. "Are you following me?" the man asked dryly. "Stalk you? Why would I do that?" Olivia shook her head. "How would I know? You're hard to understand. I don't understand why you're so angry with me." "I don't want to." Michael frowned. "You disappeared from my life, and now you're acting like a hurt little kid who's been wronged by having his favorite toy taken away." "Do you really mean that?" Michael jerked towards her, grabbed her hand, and stared intently into her eyes. It was possible to drown in the enchanting depths of his eyes, but she held back. "Let go," Olivia asked, trying to pull away. "You try to make me do that." Michael grinned predatorily. "Let go." She yanked her arm again, but to no avail. "What are you doing?" "You little silly thing. Why are you teasing me? Why are you trying to make me and my brother enemies now?" Michael asked in a muffled voice. "I'm not trying to do any of that." "Michael, you're hurting me. Say my name again. It makes me feel good to hear it, spoken in your gentle voice." He didn't let go, but his grip loosened, and Olivia could have broken free, but something held her close to him. Weakness wouldn't let her make a move. "Your grandfather sent me here," she said. "Asked me to find some garlands. I didn't know you'd be here, too. Let's make this easy. You just help me find the right box, and I'll leave." "What's the coincidence?" "My grandfather sent me to get the lights, too." Olivia was pinned against a brick wall. She tried again to get out, but in vain. Had Sam's grandfather suspected something and decided to set her and Michael up together? "Why are you back in my life?" he asked in a voice that made Olivia's insides twist. Michael let go. She tried one last time to break free of his grip. "I won't. What's more, I'll do something I'll regret. But I'll regret it if I don't." A second more, and the former lover's lips covered hers in an exhilarating, thrilling kiss. Olivia's head spun. A feverish shiver made her wince. Tears came to her eyes. Probably the happy hormone in her blood had risen sharply. Olivia wrapped her arms around the man's neck and kissed him back, as if it were the last breath of oxygen on the planet she'd ever had. All resentment instantly receded into the background. "I'm going to take you away from my brother. You hear me?" "I will," Michael whispered, his breath burning the skin on her neck. "You should have thought of that before, and now it's too late," Olivia said resentfully. "You just disappeared from our lives, leaving Alex and me." "What did you say? You and Alex. Don't tell me he's my son." "You didn't know?" she asked, trying not to look Michael in the eye. "You didn't get my letter?" "What letter are you talking about?" "You wrote to me yourself that you had found a wealthy man. You asked me to leave you alone. And when I wrote that I was in hospital and asked you to come and see me, there was no reply. And now you're talking about a letter, about Alex being my son. How am I supposed to make sense of all this?" Michael squeezed his fingers tightly around her shoulders and tears came to his eyes. Olivia realized that they'd been separated by some stupid joke of fate. Someone had obviously played a trick on them, made them think they didn't need each other anymore. But who would do that? "Who would use my phone to text you like that?" they said with one voice. "Vicky, that girl from the company, was really pissed off about you. Kept telling me you were playing her for a fool. She probably knew who you really were, and that's why she tried her best to keep us apart. She came to see me at the hospital, then tried long and hard to seduce me. She must have taken my phone, because I often left it on my desk when I was delivering papers." "Olivia," Michael said, "tell me, what's going on with Sam? Do you love him? Are you serious about him? Have you fallen out of love with me?" He sounded desperate. "Sam and I have nothing." Olivia lowered her head. "Your brother saved me and my son on a freezing night and asked me to cover for him. He couldn't go home without his fiancée. It would be wrong to tell everyone the truth now. I don't know what we're going to do yet. But we can't frame Sam. I mean, your parents think he and I are bride and groom. Everyone probably thinks that except my grandfather." Michael laughed and pulled her against him. "Olivia, are you ready to forgive me for giving up? For letting my emotions get in the way? For disappearing from your life?" "I never stopped loving you, Michael, the guy who drove me crazy the first time I met you. Besides, you and I have a son. But what about our situation with Sam? You do realize it's not going to be easy to explain yourself to your parents. We will come together, and I promise you everything will be fine. My Olivia, I almost went crazy thinking you were sleeping with him." Michael pulled Olivia tighter against him and began to cover her tear-damp cheeks with kisses. The door to the garage banged open, and they turned sharply in that direction. But there was no one there. "The wind, I guess," Michael smiled. Olivia didn't have time to talk to Sam, but she was busy with the final decorating of the house and preparing the dinner. Alex delighted in playing with his grandparents, and even the stern features of Mr. Kyle's face had softened. You could see how positively affected he was by his grandson. If only they knew it was their own grandson. At 10 p.m., Olivia hurried to the bedroom to change into her party dress and do her makeup. She wanted to look beautiful for the man who hadn't stopped loving her all the time that had passed. When she came downstairs, Michael looked at her with unconcealed adoration, but tried to look away so as not to embarrass his family, who still considered this woman his brother's fiancée. At 11 o'clock, everyone sat round the New Year's table and exchanged presents. Mrs. Amanda rose to her feet and approached Olivia. "Olivia, you are a very nice girl. I've grown to love you in these 2 days," she said. "I want to give you our family heirloom, an antique ring. We've passed it down from generation to generation. Now it's time for me to give it to you." Olivia blushed, realizing that it wasn't quite like that. It was unpleasant to feel dishonest. She glanced over at Sam. The man smiled and nodded, signaling for her to accept the gift. She took the ring and slipped it onto her ring finger. "Thank you," she whispered and kissed the woman. "I have gifts for everyone here." Sam rose to his feet. "Only they're intangible. First, of course, I wanted to give you what I brought. You'll find it all under the tree. But I realized that I had a much more meaningful gift." Grandpa smiled slyly at that moment and winked at Olivia. She held her breath excitedly as she listened to Sam's words. "I think her son's father should be right next to Olivia right this second," he said. Mrs. Amanda gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. Mr. Kyle put his arm around his wife, glancing tensely at his son. Sam smiled at Olivia and stroked her shoulder. "Michael," he called to his brother. Michael jumped up from his seat and approached them. "The thing is, it's my deepest belief that fate brought us together," Sam began. "One of them led me to Olivia for a reason. I deceived all of you. I tried to, but the truth was more interesting. You don't know that I broke up with my fiancée Kate right before the flight. And then I saved a lovely stranger and her son from hypothermia. Olivia needed a roof over her head, and I needed a fiancé. I couldn't help but live up to your expectations. I was afraid of once again dashing the hopes of my family. I asked Olivia to play the part of my fiancé. Once in this house, she met Michael and told me the truth. Evil tongues have separated them in the past, but I see that they continue to love each other. Happiness is just splashing in their eyes. Mum, Dad, Granddad, Brother, Olivia, I'm sorry for this little deception. But I don't regret it because it's been good for all of us. Alex is your own grandson. You noticed the resemblance for a reason, didn't you? Except he doesn't look like me. He looks like Michael. Michael is the boy's birth father and Olivia's real fiancé." Sam took a step back. Olivia stood up. Michael immediately wrapped her in his arms. Alex listened to everyone mesmerized and then pointed at Michael and said with a smile, "Daddy." The chimes began to strike midnight. Mr. Kyle and Sam hurried to open the champagne, and Michael pulled Olivia tightly against him and kissed her on the lips. As they returned the kiss, they plunged with the others into the clinking of glasses and the splashing of sparkling wine. Olivia wished that Sam, too, could find his happiness in the new year. Her grandfather winked at her as if he'd known all along. Mrs. Amanda and Mr. Kyle could see that it was not easy for them to accept this truth of life. But they looked at Alex fondly and lovingly, affectionately calling him grandson. "Grandpa, you've figured it all out, haven't you?" Sam patted his grandfather on the shoulder. "Is that why you bumped us all off in the garage? Although your father had brought the jewelry box to you early that morning." It wasn't the wind that slammed the door in the garage, Olivia thought. Sam had seen her hugging and kissing his brother and figured it out. "What about me?" "My business is small," Mr. Jason shrugged. "You can tell when love sparks between two people. I felt it in my heart. Michael had told me about his love, which had left him without explanation. And when I saw you two together, the way you looked at each other, I knew. But I know that such love does not go in vain, and such a pretty, honest girl could not betray his beloved. So I thought I'd give them a little nudge." Michael didn't let Olivia out of his arms. Mrs. Amanda looked at them both fondly. "Cute," she said. The sky outside the window lit up with the colorful sparks of the New Year's Eve fireworks. "Happy New Year," Sam said. "Happy New Year." Everyone cheered him on. The family called Michael to look for presents under the tree. The man broke away from Olivia, came unbidden to his son, took the boy in his arms. He looked at him for a few seconds and whispered with a smile, "Hello, son. I will never let anyone ever hurt you again." It seemed as if there had been complete silence in the room a second before, and everyone had clearly heard what had been said. Tears of joy welled up in everyone's eyes. Then everyone exhaled at once, became animated, began to hug each other noisily, congratulating each other on the holiday. It was obvious how friendly and loving the family was. Mary stood by the side of the highway and shivered. October was getting colder. She should get a warmer jacket from the pantry. Grandma Veronica had warned her granddaughter yesterday, "Don't be lazy, prepare tomorrow's clothes," according to the weather. But Mary had no time. She finished her homework, then watched a TV series, then with her friends in the yard on the bench chatted until late in the evening. And then it's time to go to bed. Nothing. Tomorrow is Saturday. She will have time to find a warm jacket and clean it, if necessary. The girl didn't like that down jacket. She'd inherited it from her neighbor's daughter, Kristen. She was a grown woman, studying in the city, at university. And the jacket Kristen had worn when she was Mary's age was in good condition, of course, but not fashionable at all. But there was no choice here. Grandma Veronica didn't have that much money to buy her granddaughter fancy new clothes every season. Mary understood this very well. That's why she was never capricious, unlike most of her classmates. Her grandmother tried very hard to make sure that their small family did not need anything. And Mary also tried because she was not a little girl 12 years old, after all. And now, after school, Mary was selling dairy products on the road leading to the city. There was a private farm in the village called Sullivan's. They had goats and cows. They had a whole farmyard full of animals. They took most of their produce to the city, to the market, but there was always a surplus cottage cheese, milk, sour cream. That's what Mary sold after school for Uncle Sullivan. He even built a special counter and a cart himself. He's got good hands, of course. Mary used that cart every day after school to take the milk to the road. An hour or two and it was sold like hotcakes. Mary had her own regular customers here. Then Mary would return the empty cart to the Sullivans and give them the proceeds. And when they paid her in money, they paid her a percentage of the proceeds when they paid her in natural products. Aunt Tammy also took the young worker out to lunch every time. She almost always refused. She was uncomfortable, even though the neighbors sincerely wanted to treat the girl. Grandmother Veronica received a tiny pension and worked part-time as a cleaner at the local clinic. Every morning and every evening she went to the other end of the village to the old two-story building and washed the floors. In the afternoon she did the housework, cleaning, cooking. Mary helped her, of course. But Grandma Veronica usually sent her granddaughter to her room to do her homework. Go better do your math, you'll have time to wave a rag. You'll work hard in life. Right now you're focused on your studies. Mary knew that it was very important for Grandma Veronica that her granddaughter did well in school, made friends with children from decent families, and got an education. The grandmother was very afraid that the girl would repeat the fate of her parents. She loved Mary and dreamed of a better future for her. And not just dreamed, but did a lot for this. For example, bought Mary books. The girl learned to read early, and by the time she was 8 or 9 years old, she had read all the children's books from the meager local library. And then Grandmother Veronica began to buy Mary books in the city on her small pension. Read, my clever girl. You'll learn, you'll get into people, you'll become a respected and important person. And Grandma Veronica often talked to Mary's teachers about the girl's academic performance. She kept a close eye on it, but here everything was just fine. The girl was one of the best students in the class. And no wonder, because Grandmother Veronica so much engaged with her granddaughter before school, and letters she taught her to write, and numbers to add up. And in general, a lot of interesting and important things about the world told. Mary grew up with her grandmother, who was not even her relative according to the documents. In the village, where everyone knew each other, there were no problems with this. Mary's story was common knowledge. Grandma Veronica's son Stephen was a tomboy from childhood. He didn't like to study, nor did he want to. He didn't listen to his mother, and he had no father. Grandma Veronica's husband died when the son was only 2 years old. A heart attack. Unexpected, like a thunderbolt. So the young woman was left a widow with a small child in her arms. She had to carry everything on herself: the house, her son, and her work. Baba Veronica worked as a milkmaid in several shifts at once. How else to feed herself and the child? Stephen grew on his own, like a weed. The woman realized that she should pay more attention to her son, but there was no opportunity. By the time you come back from the evening milking, it's late. And then there's cooking, laundry, and homework to check. Stephen, I must say, has always been a sociable guy. His friends came first. He liked to go out, play with kids, spend time outside the house. At first, his mother was pleased with the easy character of her son. Well, yes, not an angel, of course, but he is a guy. That's normal. But he's so nice to talk to. He's got friends in half the village. When he grows up, he'll be a support for his mother. He'll slowly take over the men's work. But time passed. Stephen grew up. But he wasn't going to help his parents. He still had on his mind only partying with friends, the same knuckleheads like himself. At school, the boy began to skip school, lessons completely abandoned. Once the teachers even wanted to leave the guy for a second year. The mother intervened, begging to give her son a chance to correct. It's such a shame. 2 years in the same class. Veronica begged her son for help. Then she even demanded that he take over the household chores. It was hard for her to carry everything alone, but he always found excuses or just let his mother's words pass his ears. He was tempted by the will, partying freedom. He came home only late in the evening to sleep and eat. Veronica was in despair. She realized that her son was getting out of hand, but there was nothing she could do about it. "What can you do?" sighed her friends, to whom the woman complained about her situation. "The boy grows up without a father's strictness, without a male example. You, Veronica, have no father, no brother, no one to keep Stephen in check. Well, the army will fix him." After the army, everyone's brains get back in place. Veronica hoped the army would be a miracle. And indeed, home after the service came a completely different Stephen, matured, serious and full of life plans. "I decided to go to the city, to the construction college," he announced his decision to his mother. Veronica rejoiced. Previously, her offspring did not talk about the future at all, living one day at a time. Now he was thinking about studying. "I'll need money for the first time," he added, "until I find a job. They give me a dormitory, but I need something to travel on, something to eat." Of course. Veronica splashed her hands. "What are we talking about?" The woman had some savings. Stephen knew about them. Veronica was saving from her paycheck for a rainy day. You never know. Well, if that was the case, if Stephen decided to study to get on his feet, no money could be spared for that. Veronica was flying on wings back then. Well, look at that. A son getting smart. Stephen got into school and happily informed his mother about it over the phone. He started living on his own in the city. Every month he faithfully showed up for money and told his parents how well he was doing now his studies were going well, and he liked it, and the guys were good. Sometimes, however, he asked for a bigger sum he needed to buy textbooks or repair something in the dormitory. Veronica gave everything, not regretting anything. Then she saved money, sat on bread and water for weeks before the paycheck, just so that her son would be well. After a while, Veronica began to notice that after Stephen's arrival, things disappeared from the house, her only gold earrings, almost new electric kettle, grandmother's ring. Veronica at first blamed it on the neighbors, then thought that she herself put these items somewhere and forgot about them. But then everything fell into place. Veronica began to hear rumors. The child of one of the neighbors entered her son's construction technical school, and it turned out right away that Stephen didn't go there. "You go check everything yourself," advised Veronica this neighbor. "Maybe your son was expelled, but expelled for truancy or failing grades, and he keeps telling you fairy tales." What? A student. So Veronica went. At first she thought she'd give up, because the story she'd painted seemed too unrealistic. Stephen couldn't lie to her, looking her straight in the eye. But doubts crept into the woman's head. So she went. At the dean's office, the truth came out. Turns out Stephen wasn't expelled. It turns out he never even went to this technical school. I mean, he'd been lying to his mom from the beginning. That's probably when the woman realized that all her efforts were for nothing. Her son would never turn out to be a good man. Stephen's a liar, a lazy man. Of course, he's the one who made things disappear from the house. He needs the money. Veronica cried all night that night. Resentment, bitterness, disappointment, it all came down on her like a heavy burden. How many plans, how many hopes were connected with her son? And now what? Was it all for nothing? And hard work, and sleepless nights, and excitement, and anxiety for the child? Or maybe it was her own fault for what had happened to Stephen? Of course she did. After all, in an attempt to earn a penny, Veronica did not pay attention to her son at all, did not check his homework, did not inquire about what was happening in his life. Tiredness, endless fatigue, and lack of time, and no one around who could help with the upbringing of the boy. That's the result. And yet Veronica then managed to convince herself that everything could still be fine. She decided to have a serious conversation with Stephen. The woman determined for herself a line of behavior. She will not blame her son, will not call him a liar. Veronica would simply talk to him seriously and thoroughly. For the first time in a while, it wasn't an easy conversation. Stephen arrived, as usual, to pick up another load of money. He had a carefree smile on his face, but now Veronica saw what his son's eyes were like, insincere, prickly in some way. There was dislike or contempt in them. I know everything, son. Veronica looked at her son. About the technical school. Are you in trouble? Tell it like it is. At first, Stephen tried to deny it, but Veronica explained that she had already gone to the dean's office and found out everything. All right, Stephen bowed his head. Yes, Mom, you're right. I'm in trouble. It turned out that Stephen was not going to enter the technical school. He realized that he couldn't afford to study, and of course he would fail the entrance exams. He hadn't studied well at school, and miracles don't happen. He wanted to get a job in the city, where you can find sources of income even without education. So he found one. Got mixed up with a bad crowd. Guys were burglarizing dacha plots. They took appliances, furniture, clothes, dishes, anything they could sell, and then sell it at the flea market. When Veronica heard about it, she clutched her heart. Son, how could it be like this? Did I teach you that? It just happened. Stephen lowered his head below his shoulders. He looked so lost, so remorseful that Veronica felt very sorry for him. Money was needed. There were no other ways to earn it. And so, Stephen said he wanted to leave the gang, wanted to return to an honest life. But they wouldn't let him go. It's these people, Mom, they're threatening me, demanding a ransom for me to leave, a payoff. Otherwise, I'm finished. Why don't we go to the police? Veronica suggested. What she heard gave her the chills. How could it be? Stephen had always been a lazy bum, a slacker. But to do something like this. What police? Have you forgotten? I'm just like them? I'll go straight to jail. I don't want to. So what now? There's no way out. Why not? There is. I have to give them the money, like a ransom for me, and then they'll let me go. How much? And Stephen said a sum that made Veronica's eyes water. You see, Mom? It's almost impossible to get out. And I'm so eager to start a new life. Fate has already taught me a lesson. I'm different now. I want to live an honest life. I'll think about what I can do. Veronica nodded. And she thought for a long time, carefully weighed all the pros and cons. She went through different options. The woman was not given a loan for such an amount. Salary is small, age is already pre-retirement. So she had to sell the house, because Veronica had nothing else. Mom, how did you do it? Rejoiced Stephen, who showed up at his mother's house the following week. Veronica told him everything as it happened. Where will you live now? The boy got excited. I'm already renting a room at Emily's. She's moving to Hope with her son anyway. And I don't think anyone's going to buy it. You know the state of that house. So I rented it from her for next to nothing. I can afford it. Thank you. Stephen exhaled. I'll never forget that. I'll buy you a new house. I'll buy you a new house. And not in this neck of the woods, but in the city. We're going to have a life. Stephen disappeared with the money. Veronica realized that it was unlikely that her son's promise would come true, but she had no regrets. She didn't want anything. Only if her son got rid of his bad company and started a new life. That would be her greatest reward. Emily's house, where Veronica now lived, was a tiny wooden hut. One room, a small kitchen, outdoor facilities, creaky floors, shaky roof. But the stove was functioning properly. That's a big deal. Gradually, Veronica settled down in the house, made it cozy, hung new curtains, laid fresh tablecloths, threw out unnecessary junk. With the landlady's permission, of course. Stephen came rarely. Veronica didn't expect Stephen to pay her back. Most of the time he came to borrow money from his mother for living expenses. He seemed to be doing well in the city. He said he worked at a construction site, rented an apartment, and worked from morning till night. The salary was good, but sometimes it was delayed. In those cases, he'd come to his mother's house to scrape together some money. Stephen's life was clearly not easy. He looked thin, pale, eyes dark, troubled. They keep going back and forth. Did the mother believe what her son said about working in the city? Yes and no. He'd been deceived many times before. But on the other hand, Veronica really wanted it to be as Stephen said. It gave her peace of mind. Veronica herself continued to work, but she couldn't pull several shifts as before. Health was failing her. The labor of a milkmaid is not easy. She had enough to live on, and that was all right. Of course, it was worrying that old age was coming, and Veronica had no corner of her own. What if Emily's kids decided to sell the house? What then? Where would she go? Veronica couldn't afford to rent a decent place. It was a drag, but the woman decided to accept her fate as it was. She couldn't change anything. Her friends criticized her for selling the house and giving all the money to Stephen. She'd drunk it, skipped town, and now she was homeless. Veronica just shook her head. She'd look at her friends and neighbors if their children came to them with such a request. They'd probably sell everything too, just to save the child. Veronica didn't regret what she'd done. Stephen was disliked in the village, and therefore probably there were different rumors about him. Veronica realized that it could very well be true. Still, she preferred not to believe what people said. They said that Stephen was using different substances. They said he was sometimes seen in bad company. Veronica realized that Stephen now appeared very rarely. When he did show up, he really didn't look his best. But his son said he worked hard and slept little, and that was why he was so thin. And Veronica wanted to grasp these versions of his story like a drowning man grasping at straws. People lie. All they want to do is scratch their tongues. One day near evening, Stephen knocked on the kitchen window. It was late fall, windy, cold, raining. As usual, the son showed up unannounced. But this time the boy wasn't alone. He was holding the hand of a woman thin, with a short haircut, a predatory look and a smirk on her lips. There was something repulsive about her. But Veronica, of course, did not show her attitude toward the strange visitor. "This is Gabrielle," Stephen introduced his companion. "My girlfriend." Veronica smiled at Gabrielle, thinking to herself that she wasn't a girl at all. The lady looked to be in her mid-40s. Her figure was almost girlish thin, and there were deep wrinkles under her eyes and around her mouth. It was obvious that she drank and smoked, not the kind of bride Veronica had dreamed of for her son. So what now? As it turns out, everything in life doesn't go according to plan. The main thing was that they were happy together. Veronica invited the guests to the table. She had a pie cooking in the oven. The woman was going to invite her friends to tea. But since it's like this, "We're going to live here now with you," Stephen announced. Veronica almost choked on her pie. Well, that's news. It turned out that the couple had rented an apartment in the city. But Stephen had lost his job, and Gabrielle didn't work at all. She was laid off a long time ago, and now they don't hire her anywhere, because soon the woman will go on maternity leave. Who would want a woman like that? "You see, Mom, it's a desperate situation," Stephen ranted. "We've got a baby on the way, and we've got nowhere to live, no money. You can't kick us out." "No, of course not," Veronica shook her head. It was a thought she had yet to get used to. Veronica had lived alone in the small house for so long, and the loneliness didn't weigh her down yet. There wasn't enough room for so many people. On the other hand, where would they go? These adults who had never settled down, especially if they had a baby on the way. And Veronica started a whole new life. She didn't particularly like it, but what could she do? A son is a son. She raised him herself. Stephen didn't even think about getting a job. Neither did Gabriel. Both of them sat quietly on the neck of the elderly Veronica, as if it was the right thing to do. The woman rightly hoped at least to help with the household chores. But it was no use. Gabriel and Stephen quickly found friends in the village, the same pro-lifers as themselves. And so it began partying until morning at their new friend's house, then sleeping until dinner, watching TV, and then all over again. Gabrielle was at ease and relaxed with Veronica. She was not at all embarrassed that she lived in someone else's house and at someone else's expense. This simple manner of communication even somewhat impressed Veronica. Holy simplicity, that's what they called it. Gabrielle had a complicated fate. She grew up in an orphanage, did not know her family. From an apartment from the state, she, then a very young graduate, was cheated. Veronica decided she could re-educate Gabrielle, and Stephen's brains would surely fall into place after the baby was born. Except it didn't work out. Mary was born prematurely. Not surprising, given her mother's lifestyle. At first, they didn't want Gabrielle to have the baby at all. The woman was taken by ambulance from the front porch of a convenience store already drugged. But Veronica turned to a neighbor. His son was on the police force, and the little girl was still given to irresponsible parents, under the control and responsibility of a vigilant grandmother. Veronica hoped that the baby's arrival would change things, but it didn't. Gabrielle had no intention of taking care of her newborn daughter. Immediately after the maternity ward, she plunged into her old life with Stephen. Veronica had struggled to get the grief-stricken parents to draw up the paperwork for Mary. She completely took care of the child, but something responsible grandmother to do still could not for the registration of documents, attachment to the polyclinic. To solve many other issues needed the official representatives of the girl, that is, the parents. Or rather the mother, because the relationship between Gabrielle and Stephen was not formalized, and legally Mary had only her mother. Officially, the grandmother, the only person who cared for the child, was considered a stranger to Mary. It was a bit of a struggle to get the paperwork done, and then Stephen and Gabrielle just disappeared one day, leaving the baby in the care of her loving grandmother. To be honest, Veronica breathed a sigh of relief. She had become attached to the little girl from the first days. Of course, it was hard to take care of an infant at such an advanced age. But it's even worse when there are two adults living in the house, leading a dissolute lifestyle. With Stephen and Gabrielle gone, things had only gotten better. Veronica was glad that her parents didn't take their daughter with them. The girl simply wouldn't have survived with them. Veronica's heart clenched at the thought of what would happen to the little girl if she suddenly found herself alone with her grief-stricken ancestors. What a cute baby, admired the neighbors, while a happy Veronica rolled the stroller with sleeping Mary down the driveway. When Stephen was a baby, the woman had no time to take care of him. Now that she was a grandmother, she was going through this phase all over again. Only now she had a little girl, charming, fragile, touching, with incredibly long eyelashes and soft curls. Yes, a miracle, agreed Veronica. With those closest to her, she shared her fears. I'm afraid Gabrielle will take it away. And yet, why would she need it? Her friends wondered. This is not the kind of person to suddenly arouse love for a child. She doesn't need a girl. And the allowance? Do you get an allowance for your granddaughter yourself? No, Gabrielle gets it all on her card. Well, then calm down, she has money, no worries. Veronica knew the neighbors were right. She even tried to do everything according to the law, appealed to the guardianship authorities. But the niece of one of Veronica's fellow villagers worked in the guardianship. She explained the situation to the woman in a friendly manner. You see, the girl will not be given to her parents, of course, but they will not return her to you either. They'll send her to an orphanage. And why? Veronica gasped. I'm her grandmother according to the documents. You're a stranger to her. And in general, you have no conditions for a child. A rented old house, low income, age. No one will give you the baby. So what do we do? You just live your life as it is. Gabrielle, ask Gabrielle to give you your allowance card in good faith. You're actually raising a child, that's the only way. Only by agreement. But Veronica didn't go to Gabrielle. Of course, no one would give her the card. But the baby. The mother could take the baby. There's no telling. Maybe she'd even get the idea to sell the girl to someone. That's what they do. They'll do anything for money. And so Mary stayed at Veronica's house on a bird's license. Gabrielle and Stephen made occasional visits to the village. They came to see their daughter. They smiled at the girl, but shunned her. For her, they were strangers, strange people whom her grandmother was clearly afraid of. Stephen once again borrowed money from his mother, and the sweet couple went away. One day the police knocked on Veronica's door, not local, from the city. They said Stephen was dead. The substances he'd been using had taken his health and then his life. Mary was about 6 years old at the time. Only the need to care for her granddaughter kept Veronica from drowning in black grief. Yes, Stephen's lifestyle was wrong and very dangerous, but his mother hoped, sincerely believed that sooner or later he would take up his mind, become different for the sake of his daughter. Veronica saw that Mary Gabrielle wasn't interested at all. Well, that's good. It was better for the little girl to stay with her grandmother than to live with such a mother or in an orphanage. Life went on as usual. Veronica retired and began to work part-time as a cleaner. She practiced a lot with her granddaughter, trying not to make the same mistakes she had made with her son. Mary grew up quite different, not like Stephen, attentive, affectionate, hardworking. She tried to help her grandmother in everything, which especially touched Veronica's heart. No one had taken such care of her for a long time. Mary studied well, obeyed her grandmother and everything. And then she found a part-time job selling milk at the Savliev's on the road. At first, Veronica was worried who knows who drives there on the road frightened the girl or worse. But then she calmed down. Mary was a smart and clever girl, mature beyond her years. She had a good sense of people and knew how to behave with strangers, and the money the girl earned was not at all superfluous. Mary knew her story. Veronica had told her granddaughter about it 4 years ago. The girl naturally asked questions about her parents. Veronica did not consider it necessary to invent beautiful fairy tales. All the same, someone from the village sooner or later will open her eyes to the truth. There was no hiding the truth. It was better to tell Mary about Stephen and Gabrielle herself, choosing her words carefully so as not to traumatize the child. The granddaughter was not particularly upset, because the girl did not know these people before. So what did she have to worry about? True, Mary would certainly be interested to know more about Gabrielle for her mother was still alive. Mary knew that Gabrielle was somewhere in town. Sometimes they even heard from mutual acquaintances Gabrielle had a new boyfriend, or she was in the hospital again. Veronica prayed to God that Gabrielle would live to see Mary come of age. After all, if something happened to her, the guardianship authorities would then be obliged to find her daughter and place the child in an orphanage. In the meantime, so far, so good. Mary never told Baba Vera about it, so as not to upset her. But she often thought about her mother and father. She fantasized about how her fate would have been if they'd been ordinary people. And now, too, a beautiful car was speeding down the highway. Mary could see a family in it, a middle-aged man at the wheel, a woman next to him, probably his wife, and a girl about her age in the back. All three were laughing and talking almost simultaneously. They were probably discussing something pleasant. Mary smiled as she escorted the car with a glance. Happy. I wish she could be like that. It's all right. Grandma's life is not bad either. When Mary grows up, she will buy a nice house in the city, where she and her grandmother will live together. But she'll have to study first, get a good job. A house. This word has recently become somehow alarming, because recently something happened that was so afraid of Grandma Vera. The owner of the house where Grandma and Mary lived had died, and her children wished to sell the old house. The buyer for such a wreck will not be found quickly, but they have already advertised. So sooner or later, she and Grandma are going to have to move out. But where to? Grandma Vera is very worried about it. She tries not to show it in front of her granddaughter, but Mary notices not a little girl. Recently, the girl heard a conversation between her grandmother and a neighbor. I feel that we will soon go to the world with Mary. Money is not enough to rent a normal room is not enough. I don't know what to do. Beg her Gabrielle and she demands to share her pension. Veronica was very worried about the housing situation. She realized that their modest income would not be enough to rent a normal room. Veronica could not demand money from Gabrielle, fearing that she would take Mary for herself, and the girl would end up in terrible conditions or worse in an orphanage. Mary saw how hard it was for her grandmother, and her heart shrank with pity for the only native person. But how could the girl help in such a situation? Probably the only possible support from her not to create unnecessary problems and earn a little at least for bread and milk. Mary had sold off almost all her goods. There was only 1.5-liter bottle of milk and a jar of sour cream left. Just a little more and we could go back. That was good, because Mary was already freezing in the fresh October wind in her light raincoat. In spite of the cold, Mary sincerely admired the scenery. Behind her was a wide field crossed by a dusty country road. The grass had already withered a little. But not so long ago the steppe was blooming with bright multicolored flowers. But even now it is beautiful here. And on the other side of the highway stretches a forest. The bushes and trees are beautiful now. If Mary knew how to draw, she would have put this beauty on paper. What colors: gold, purple, bright yellow leaves. All mixed together. The eye is delighted. Suddenly the girl's attention was attracted by something strange, some movement on the other side of the highway. It was as if the bushes on the left side were moving. Mary looked closely. Was it just a vision? No. On the other side of the road there was a rustle, and the bushes moved again. The girl froze. It wasn't that she was frightened, but it sounded like someone big in the bushes. Mary cautiously approached the old woman. She was clearly distraught and mumbled something inaudible to her son. She seemed to be delirious, perhaps because of hypothermia or some disease. The girl squatted down next to the old woman and softly called out to her grandmother, "Can you hear me? What happened to you?" But the old woman did not react in any way, continuing to mumble and stare somewhere in the void with glazed eyes. Mary realized she couldn't do it alone. She had to call for help. She jumped to her feet and ran back to the road. Her heart was pounding frantically from fear and from running fast. When she reached the roadside, Mary stopped, trying to catch her breath and frantically thinking about what to do next. It would take a long time to get to the village, and it would take a long time to find one of the adults. And the old woman needs help right now. Suddenly, she heard the sound of an engine in the distance. A car was coming down the road. Mary waved her arms, trying to get the driver's attention. The car started to slow down. "Please help me. There's a grandmother lying in the bushes. She's sick." Mary, who was out of breath, shouted as she ran toward the stopped car. A middle-aged man got out of the car. After listening to the girl's confused story, he nodded and pulled out his cell phone. "Okay, I see. Now I'll call an ambulance. And you run to your grandmother. See that it doesn't get worse. I'll be right there." Mary exhaled a sigh of relief, thanked the man, and ran back to the old lady. Now at least she wasn't alone in this frightening situation. Help was on the way. Mary shuddered at the old woman's words. It seemed that this grandmother wanted to harm her own son. His name is Leonid. Or maybe it's all a delusion. The old lady's in a terrible state. But what if it's not a delusion? What if this same Leonid right now is watching them from deep in the woods and understands perfectly well that now the girl knows too much? Mary had goosebumps running down her spine. She looked around. It seemed quiet. We must act. The old woman needs help. The girl didn't see any injuries on her body, but there's no telling what her own son had done to her. Maybe he poisoned her? Mary herself cannot help her grandmother. She cannot even lift her. So we must run to the village and call the grown-ups. They'll sort it out for sure. Leaving the tray of unsold goods on the road, Mary ran as fast as she could into the village. She had never run so fast before. The wind whistled in her ears, her hair fluttered behind her back. Soon the girl felt hot. Wasn't it only a short time ago that she was shivering on the road? Already near the village, she met her neighbors, Uncle Peter and Uncle Stanley. The girl, panting, told them everything. "Show me where." Uncle Peter commanded. Mary nodded and ran in another direction. The men followed her. Aunt Angie, Uncle Stanley's wife, heard their dialogue. She immediately rushed into the village. Mary knew that now everyone would know about her terrible discovery. And that's a good thing. The grown-ups would figure out what to do. The responsibility that had weighed heavily on the girl's fragile shoulders seemed to evaporate. The adults were now in charge. On the way, Mary suddenly wondered if she had dreamed it all. The old woman in the bushes, her blue handkerchief, her eyes staring into the distance. But no, the grandmother was still lying in the bushes, only she was no longer talking. Mary was even afraid at first that she was too late for help. She became very frightened. "She's alive," Uncle Peter exclaimed, gently lifting the old woman off the ground. "How did she get here?" Puzzled Uncle Stanley, "It doesn't look as if she'd gone mushrooming." "There's no basket, and it's not a mushrooming place," said one of the crowd. The other villagers came up. Aunt Angie did her job and got everyone on their feet. Among the crowd, Mary saw Grandma Vera. Seeing a loved one, the girl was relieved. "We need an ambulance," exclaimed one of the women. "By the time they reach us, so much time will pass," said Grandma Vera. "The man will freeze. Peter, take her to our house, or Grandma will catch cold in the wind. We'll wait for the doctors there." "I've already called an ambulance," said Uncle Stanley. "But the police too, just in case." The old woman was brought to the house where Grandma Vera and Mary lived. They laid her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Mary watched carefully the old woman, who now seemed to be asleep. She waited to see if she would say something again. But the old woman was silent. The women crowded into the room and speculated about the old woman's fate. Maybe she had gone for mushrooms? Lost her way? She wandered and wandered through the woods, but she got on the road, said one. No, objected another. That can't be true. Such a thing would definitely be on the news that a man was missing. And here is silence. I think she's not herself. You know, she's out of her mind from old age, so she left. She's a lonely grandmother, so they haven't missed her yet. Mary remembered the words the old woman had said in the heat of forgetfulness. The old woman lamented that her son Leo wanted to get rid of her, but in front of the neighbors the girl did not voice this monologue. First of all, it is not very likely, suddenly seemed to her. The old woman spoke very quietly, barely audible. Secondly, for some reason Mary did not want this fact to go around the village. The local gossips liked to exaggerate and embellish things. No, Mary would tell her grandmother when they were alone. In the meantime. For now, it's best to keep quiet. The police were the first to arrive. They took Mary's statement, asked how the girl came across the old woman. What did she do afterwards? It's good that the uniformed men didn't specify directly whether this grandmother said something or not. Mary couldn't lie to the face of the law. And the locals were eager to catch every word she said so they could pass it on. Then the doctors showed up. Mary breathed a sigh of relief when she saw a white car pull up to their gate. Now she would be helped. They loaded the old woman on a stretcher and carried her to the car. Baba Vera, on realizing this, jumped out after them. From the window, Mary could see her talking to the men in white coats. "They're taking her to Springfield," Vera explained when she returned to the house. "We should visit her afterward." You don't know what it's like if a person has no one. How does it feel when no one visits you in the hospital? When everyone had gone, Mary told Baba Vera what she'd heard from the old woman. "Why didn't you tell the police?" Grandmother aghast. "I don't know," she shrugged her shoulders. "I thought, if the old woman didn't want it. Or was she just having some kind of a delusion?" "That's right, too," agreed Grandma Vera. "You're a good girl, you're growing up. You're not a gossip, you don't talk for nothing. You think 100 times, then you speak." Mary smiled at her grandmother. "Is she going to be all right?" "I don't know. I've been trying to ask the doctors, but they've been getting away with it. Let's hope so. We did the best we could." "It's a good thing I saw the bushes moving," Mary said, and shrugged her shoulders shakily. She imagined what would have happened to the old woman if the girl had not been on the road at the right time. A week passed. During this time, they found out the identity of the old woman. It turned out that this is a resident of the village, which is located at a distance of about 50 kilometers from the place where Mary found her grandmother. Locals unanimously assured that she lives alone, although she has an adult son. He seemed to live in the city and rarely appeared at his mother's house. The old woman had given up lately. She almost never got out of bed. She could hardly move around the house. And now suddenly she was in the woods and so far from her home. Mary watched with curiosity as Grandma Vera was going somewhere. "Where are you going, Grandma?" asked the girl. "The hospital called me. I gave my phone number to the Felger and asked him to let me know when it would be possible to visit the old woman." "And what? She came to her senses?" Mary exclaimed with joy. All this time she had been very worried about that grandmother. She felt sorry for her. "She came to her senses a long time ago, but the visit was allowed only now," smiled Grandma Vera. "I'll go and visit her. I baked her some pies. The neighbors say that she is a lonely grandmother. It will probably be pleasant to her, such attention." "I'm coming with you," Mary said with confidence. "I want to talk to her too. Is that convenient?" Grandma Vera was confused. "I don't know if it's necessary. After all, I'm the one who found her." "All right, what's the matter now?" "Get ready then. The bus will be here in 15 minutes. Mary thought it would be just like the movie she liked to watch. She and her grandmother would go up to the whitewashed room where the rescued old woman would be lying on a bed, all wrapped in wires. But no. The strict receptionist from the waiting room told the visitors to wait for the patient downstairs on a leather couch. There were already a lot of people here, patients in gowns, pajamas, and slippers, and their relatives and friends who came to check on their own. Soon the old woman appeared. Mary was the first to see her and recognized her immediately. Her grandmother looked much better now, still thin, but her face was no longer that frightening dead pallor, and her light green eyes looked quite conscious and very friendly. "How do you do?" said Baba Vera, waving her hand. Now she too noticed the old woman. The patient smiled and moved towards the visitors. It was only then that Mary realized that the grandmother didn't know who had come to see her. They had seen her that October day, but she wasn't in the right state to remember their faces. "Hello," smiled the old woman, coming closer. A kind, warm smile, good, calm. "So it was you who saved me then?" "My granddaughter, Mary," answered Grandma Vera. "Thank you, girl. I don't know what would have happened to me if it hadn't been for your attentiveness. Of course I do. But I don't want to think about it, no matter what." Then they all got to know each other. Turns out the old lady's name is Poppy Parson. She lives in the next village, quite a long way from where Mary found her. "How on earth did you get here?" wondered Grandma Vera. She looked very young compared to Poppy Parson. There must have been 10 or 12 years difference between them. "It's a sad story," sighed Poppy Parson. "I've been ill, I've been sick. I got weak. I thought it was the end of me. But I don't know. It was like my mind went blank. Something came over me. I gathered up my last strength and went wherever I was going, without any purpose. It was like someone was calling me from the woods. Temporary insanity. So I must have reached you somehow, and then I collapsed from exhaustion. And Mary found me." Baba Vera shook her head sadly. For some reason, Mary did not believe this part of Poppy Parson's story. It seemed to her that the old woman was hiding something from them. Otherwise, the new acquaintance was quite sincere and pleasant to talk to. Mary could see that she and Vera had found a common language. A couple of minutes later, the women were already discussing a variety of topics: health, news, weather. And they couldn't get enough of talking, like old friends. They also had a common misfortune: their wayward sons. Poppy Parson's son was outwardly a prosperous man. He studied, married, settled in the city. But his mother's life hadn't interested him since. He became like a complete stranger to the one who had raised him and put him on his feet. Baba Vera was so moved by this story that she even cried. Poppy Parson couldn't hold back her tears either. She could see that the situation with her son was causing her real heartache. Mary looked at the grandmothers talking to each other and thought about whether or not to ask Poppy Parson about what she had mumbled while lying in the bushes. It was awkward to touch the subject. And Grandma Vera, as if she had forgotten what her granddaughter had told her. She didn't ask anything either. Or maybe she really forgot, didn't care. "Oh, poor Poppy," sighed Grandma Vera on the way back. "She raised her son alone, just like me, stretched, tried, did so much for him, and he left her alone, and he lives happily in the city. He's got a wife there, a family. He's forgotten his mother. He doesn't care that she's sick. She's been lying around the house for so long, barely able to walk. Neighbors ran to the store for her, but not her son. What a fate. I guess we're a bit like Poppy, me and her. Why didn't you ask her? I told you about what she was mumbling in the bushes. About Leo's son. Like he was the one who was trying to ruin her. And anyway," sighed Grandma Vera, looking at her granddaughter. "She seems to be a smart girl, but sometimes she just blabs. Do you think she would be pleased to hear that? Especially since Poppy told her how she got into the woods. Her son had nothing to do with it. And the fact that it's him. I think that's what she really thought in her delirium. And there's some truth to what she said. Of course, Leo almost ruined his mother with his indifference, betrayal, oblivion. Good, at least the doctors pulled her out, cured her. As they say, there is no good without good. If Poppy had not been in the hospital, so slowly and would have died at home, alone. And now she's been treated for her heart condition. And now she'll live another 100 years on the new pills." Mary shook her head. Still, something in this story bothered her very much. Baba Vera and Mary visited Poppy a few more times. The old ladies had become very friendly. It was good that things had worked out that way. One day, said Poppy, "It was worth being lost in the woods to meet good people like you." "We'll be friends now," smiled Grandma Vera. "We won't get away from each other now." And such a light atmosphere arose around the three of them. Such a trusting atmosphere, that Mary finally made up her mind. "Baba Poppy," said the girl. As it happened, that was what she had begun to call Poppy. "Can I ask you something?" Baba Vera looked at her granddaughter warningly, but she decided that she would go through with it. "Of course you can," dear Poppy smiled at her. "There in the bushes, when I found you, for some reason you said that your son Leo, that he decided to send you to the other world. I thought he'd done something to you and left you in the woods. What a restless little brat," exclaimed Grandma Vera angrily. "Forgive her, her tongue is boneless, and her imagination is irrepressible, always thinking of something. But she's right." Poppy shook her head. Her eyes suddenly became so sad that Mary immediately regretted having asked her question. She had to know the truth, though. After all, if Leo was really guilty of something, then Poppy was still in danger, and Mary cared about her fate. The girl was worried about her and her grandmother's new acquaintance. "What do you mean?" "She's right." Grandma Vera didn't understand. "What are you talking about?" "It's true, friend," Poppy decided. "I'll tell you my story." I'm ashamed, of course, to confess such things. In my delirium, I told the truth. Leo, my only son, really wanted to send me to the afterlife. It's a hard thing to realize. I didn't fully believe it, but everything says it's true. It's unfortunate. Poppy raised her son alone. In that, she was a lot like Grandma Vera. But the reasons why the women's sons were left fatherless were different. Baba Vera's husband died of a heart attack. But with Poppy's husband, Andrew, it was a different story. Young Poppy met her future husband by chance at the harvest. They sent them then in the village help young people from the city. Among them, and Andrew was cheerful, humorous, the soul of the company. He amused the whole brigade with his jokes. He didn't work too fast himself. It's understandable, a city dweller not used to the land. But he cheered everyone up. Andrew was everyone's favorite at first. He was funny, a good-natured joker. And a good-looking one, too. Bright blue eyes, hair the color of ripe wheat. A wide, open smile. Poppy was being courted by a former classmate of hers, Jerry. He was a nice guy, quiet and thorough. And she seemed to like him in every way. You couldn't go wrong with a guy like that. With such a family, life will be nourished and measured, right? But against Andrew's background, Jerry suddenly seemed to Poppy somehow small, simple. With the arrival of a cheerful city boy in the village, Poppy's eyes were fixed only on him. And not just her eyes. To the great annoyance of young Poppy, there were girls around Andrew, both local and visiting, making eyes at him, trying to talk to the handsome guy. He didn't say no to anyone. He tried to pay attention to everyone. This caused unpleasant feelings in Poppy's soul, something like jealousy. The girl self-corrected for incomprehensible feelings. Well, what does she expect at all? He is not for her a bird, not her flight. He is so handsome, so modern, so fashionable, as if a guy from the movies. And she's a country shepherdess who gets lost in his presence. No eyebrows as black as felt boots, no statuesque figure, no mop of hair down to her waist, nothing to look at. Why would Andrew want her when he could have anyone? But Andrew chose her. It came as a complete surprise to Poppy. At that moment, the guy approached her at the disco, which was organized in the local club on the occasion of the end of the harvest. Andrew invited Poppy to dance and said words that made the girl dizzy. She had never heard such exquisite compliments, especially to herself. Andrew knew how to choose beautiful words, and his gaze, directed at Poppy, reflected sincere admiration. Much later, Poppy realized why Andrew had taken notice of her. He was a charming catcher with charisma, who had nothing to do in the city he did not want to work, but needed a roof over his head. Rumors of orphan Poppy, living alone and in need of support, reached Andrew the perfect chance for him. To settle in the village and win the heart of a naive girl, he was not difficult. So they began to live together, the city's handsome man and Poppy, who was in love with him. The wedding was held modestly in the spring. The young people had no money for a party. Poppy worked as a librarian for a small salary, and Andrew worked at odd jobs. Although trained as a painter, he allegedly could not get a job in his specialty. If he could earn money, he spent it on entertainment, pulling his friends into his feasts. Jerry, Poppy's former lover, had a hard time with their separation, but Poppy's heart belonged to Andrew from the day he appeared in the village. Andrew was never able to get used to life in the village house. Andrew had spent his whole life in the city, and therefore the usual village chores were difficult for him. No wood to chop, no fire to light in the stove. He wasn't used to hard work. Poppy had to show and tell him everything. Unprepared was the discovery that the house requires constant attention and repair, and to take care of the site must be regular. In winter, the snow is cleared every day, and water from the well for hundreds of meters to carry is not easy. All this depressed Andrew life in the countryside seemed different to him. As soon as I get a proper job in the city, we'll move, he kept telling Poppy. Deep down, he liked the countryside fresh air, kind people, but life seemed too hard. Poppy supported him. She was ready to follow Andrew anywhere, even to the city, even to the end of the world. But time passed, and he never found a steady job, while Poppy's salary remained a stable source of income. People in the village began to whisper Poppy's young husband was living a life of leisure, sitting on her neck, never lifting a finger in the house. "I wish you'd married Jerry, Poppy," complained the neighbor. "He's a reliable fellow, he still loves her. But what about him? Riding around on your back, having fun with his buddies." Indeed, Andrew often gathered with local guys, organized feasts, went for a drive, sometimes with girls. There were rumors around the village about his infidelity, but Poppy didn't want to hear any of it. She ignored the talk, though deep down she was afraid for Andrew and possible trouble on the roads. Poppy hoped that having a baby would change family life. Fatherhood usually made men more responsible and mature. She still genuinely loved Andrew for his charm, his blue eyes, and his optimistic attitude. Next to him, the world seemed brighter and fuller. Without him, life seemed dull and gray. But Andrew's actions still offended her. Attempts to talk seriously usually ended in jokes, and Poppy forgot her worries again under his influence. When Poppy became pregnant, Andrew's reaction was not a happy one. He even suggested terminating the pregnancy, arguing that it was because they were young and their lives were unsettled. But Poppy insisted, feeling they would have a son. Andrew eventually supported his wife's decision and began to actively look for work, but without results. Still, Poppy was happy to see his efforts. The birth of their son Leo changed everything for Poppy. Her world now revolved around her son, evoking much stronger feelings than those she had had for her husband. Her view of Andrew had also changed. The woman now saw all the faults she had previously turned a blind eye to. His indifference to housework and lack of attention to his son were now conspicuous. Andrew put almost no effort into caring for the newborn. The entire family was now struggling to make ends meet, living on minimal payments from the government. It seemed that Andrew didn't even seek to make a difference. There had long been an opportunity to learn how to at least repair something around the house or chop wood, but he had not shown the slightest desire. With the arrival of the baby and Poppy's fascination with motherhood, Andrew tended to avoid the house, spending time with friends. He returned home late, often in a state of alcoholic intoxication, and did not get out of bed until dinner. To his wife's reproaches, Andrew now responded with harshness and even insults. "Why do you think I don't want to go home? Because I hate to look at you," he'd say, which was particularly depressing to Poppy. Pulling on the whole household, especially in the absence of money, was unbearably hard for Poppy. She was grateful for the help of neighbors. One of them could take care of the child while Poppy went out on business. Someone brought groceries. Even old baby clothes from neighborhood kids helped save money. While the local community supported Poppy, Andrew continued to cheat, promising to earn money in town but returning without it. Rumors reached Poppy about his entertaining in town with friends and young girls. Now she agreed with the opinion of the neighbors about her husband. He behaved unworthily, proved to be lazy and deceitful. Instead of giving the money he earned to his family, Andrew spent it on pleasure. Who do you listen to? Andrew resented Poppy when she questioned him. Your husband or the gossips? Those in town cheated again, gave less than they promised. Yeah, I went to a pub with a friend, had a little drink. There must be some joy in life. When Leo grew up, she decided to divorce because it was unbearable to live like that. Now, working and handling money made it easier. She realized that she could support a child on her own, but to support her son and her constantly unemployed husband, who likes to party, was much more difficult. Ever since Andrew had gone from an attractive blue-eyed guy to a local alcoholic, his charisma and charm had vanished as if they had never existed. The cloudy eyes, the unhealthy complexion, the gaunt look. Andrew was now taking money from his wife's purse, her paycheck he needed for drinks. He wasn't shy about getting funds that way. At first she could not even believe it, looking for other reasons. Maybe one of the children at school took it, maybe she herself put somewhere. But soon the woman realized that it was Andrew who was doing it. That realization was the last straw. For the first time in her life, Poppy gave her husband a real scandal. She expressed everything she thought about him in every possible way. At first he was shocked, and then he almost lashed out at her. Poppy thought that now, after such humiliation, Andrew would attack her. But her husband held back. He just swung. "Get out of my house and out of my life," Poppy said firmly, surprised at the determination in her voice. "We're getting a divorce. I don't want a husband like that. And our son shouldn't have to see that kind of example every day." Yes, Poppy did it for her son's sake first and foremost. Leo deserved to live in a calm and normal environment. A father who constantly spent his time partying and drinking was definitely not what he needed. It's best for everyone, they decided. Andrew, at first frightened, tried to convince Poppy not to make a rash move. For a while he even changed. He stopped drinking and found himself a more or less stable part-time job. However, his determination did not last long. Soon he returned to his old way of life. Poppy, seeing no other way out, divorced him and kicked him out of the house. Where he would go and where he would live now, she no longer cared. The main thing was to keep Andrew away from her and their child. Poppy was calmer and easier without him. It was a paradox. Andrew left and a new phase began in Poppy's life with her son. Life didn't get easier, but at least it became calmer and more orderly. Left alone with her son, it was as if Poppy had found freedom. Leo was still very young and did not have time to get attached to his father, who often disappeared from home or spent time on his adventures. Poppy worked hard. After working in the library, she washed the floors at school to bring home an extra penny. Leo did not need anything. There were clothes and delicious food and toys, although for this had to work very hard. The boy grew up on his own, like many village children, and at first Poppy thought that in time she would find it easier. But the burden of housework remained on her shoulders. Leo did not help around the house, finding a lot of excuses, from a lot of lessons to a pain in the head. At the same time, he always had time to go out with friends and ride his bike. Poppy was lenient about it, thinking it was important for a child to have a happy childhood, and didn't want to hurt her son by not being able to create a complete family for him. Is it really worth depriving Leo of these happy moments of childhood? Let him enjoy it, and when he grows up, he'll realize everything himself, Poppy thought. But as Leo grew up, the situation in the family did not get easier. The boy did not want to help around the house, and his interest in his studies was very superficial. He passed from class to class almost out of respect for his mother, who worked at the same school as a librarian. Poppy asked the teachers and talked to the headmaster. It would have been too shameful for Leo to stay on for a second year. The village treated the hard-working woman with warmth and understanding. But as the neighbor had predicted, everything was going to the end of their story will be sad. Already at school, Leo began to be fond of drinking, began to communicate with not very good company of older guys. Poppy tried to keep those guys away from Leo, even threatened them with the police, but they only laughed at her concern. The situation escalated when Leo was taken to the police for attempted shoplifting. He was released thanks to the local community's understanding of Poppy's situation, who was bearing the brunt of raising her son alone. The older Leo got, the clearer Poppy realized that he was following in his father's footsteps. She even saw it as a kind of punishment for having once kicked Andrew out, who soon finally rolled over and died. Poppy couldn't help but feel guilty about her ex-husband's fate and the fact that she seemed unable to stop the sad cycle of fate in her family. The woman's heart was breaking with pain and despair. Anna tried to talk to Leo, to convey to him the simple truths of life, hoping that she could still change his path. Her mother's words didn't seem to reach Leo, as his blank and indifferent stare testified. Perhaps Poppy should have started acting sooner, but the hustle and bustle of providing a family with a life distracted her, and she hadn't realized it at the time. She believed that the example of parents was the most important thing in education. But she hadn't considered the influence of heredity, which now had such a profound effect on Leo. He began to follow his father's path, taking money from Poppy's bag, coming home drunk, putting everything on his mother's shoulders, living for his own pleasures. After school, he didn't go on to further education, probably because of his poor grades. Poppy tried to get him a job on the farm, but he ran away after a few days. "What are you trying to do, make a slave out of me? I'll be busting my back out there." He complained to his mother and accused her of depriving him of his parental support by kicking his father out. Leo's words hit Poppy where it hurt the most, that maybe she could have done something differently and prevented this outcome. In an instant, she felt very dizzy and realized that it was pointless to argue with her son. When Leo left for the city, Poppy was disturbed but didn't bother him, hoping that perhaps there was something different waiting for him there that wasn't in the village. The years passed and Leo was rarely in the village, sometimes calling his mother and telling her that he was doing well, that he had got a job in a factory, had qualified and was renting an apartment. Poppy, listening to his stories, despite all his past troubles, felt a restrained joy for her son. There was still a note of hope in her heart that Leo's life would turn out better than his father's. If that was indeed the case, Poppy could finally relax. Leo seemed to have found himself. However, Poppy couldn't fully believe him. Their family history was full of deception. But the reasoning that Leo was living somewhere and earning something was hopeful. Unfortunately, Leo chose the wrong path. He ended up in jail, but thanks to the fact that he was caught the first time, he was not in jail for long. In prison, his mother visited him, sympathizing with him. After being released early, Leo returned home serious and slimmed down. But the temporary return to the village did not detain him, and he went to the city again. Before leaving, he assured his mother that he could start a new life. "I've learned from my mistakes, become wiser," he said. And it seemed he had indeed changed. In the city, Leo married Margot, a nurse with a difficult fate. Leo introduced Margot to his mother as a respectful, pleasant, and kind woman who had been through some difficult trials in her life, including the loss of her son, Poppy. Seeing how Margot genuinely loved Leo, finally accepted her. She began to hope that after all the hardships and mistakes, her son would have a good life after all. Over the years, life settled down. Leo and Margot settled in the city and rarely visited Poppy, which was understandable because they were so busy. The most important thing for Poppy was to know that her son and his family were doing well. Margot and Leo had a daughter, Emily. The baby girl was incredibly sweet. Poppy was immensely happy for them. Margot had found the joy of motherhood again, and Leo, having become a father, had no doubt changed for the better, especially having such a beautiful daughter. Poppy, however, saw her granddaughter rarely. Each visit was a holiday for her. Her love for her granddaughter filled her heart. As she grew older, Poppy asked her son more and more often to bring Emily on vacation, assuring her that she would have fun in the countryside. "It's so nice here in the summer. It's a great place to be," she said. But the son waved off the suggestions, and Margot admitted that she was afraid to let her daughter go after losing her son. Poppy understood that. The terrible events had left a deep mark on Margot's soul, and her fear of losing loved ones was understandable. As time went on, Poppy felt the loneliness, especially when her health began to fail. She could no longer even walk to the well without resting. The local boys helped her, for which she was grateful. Poppy's spirits were kept high by the thought that her family was doing well. It seemed a miracle to her that Leo had finally found happiness in family life and stability. She was happy for him, although she was sad that he was making less frequent appearances in the village. It had been like this for several years. Occasionally, Leo would call to tell her about his health and share news. His granddaughter Emily had graduated from high school and entered law school. Margot, smart and beautiful, works but suffers from blood pressure, so she has no time to travel. Her son works in a factory. Oh, well, that's all right. The main thing is that he's getting his head on straight. The fact that he's inattentive and insensitive is just the way he is, and he's loved just as much for it. Poppy's heart condition worsened. She sighed as she watched a neighbor who had come to visit. Her health had given up completely. The local doctors could only throw up their hands and send her to the city for tests. There was no equipment here. She asked for help from her son, and although he did not refuse, but all postponed then work, then the enrollment of her daughter, or himself did not feel well. Poppy's health was deteriorating, and she could hardly move around the house. Neighbors helped by bringing food from the store. She was grateful. "I thought my days were numbered." Nobody's immortal. She was getting on in years. She marveled at every morning, feeling the joy of a new day. One day Leo arrived unexpectedly, all in a dark frame of mind. "Is there anything to eat?" he asked at once on the doorstep. Poppy shook her head with difficulty. "No, Leo, I'm not getting up at all. There's something left in the fridge, bread and sausage. Make yourself some sandwiches." Leo sighed heavily and went to the kitchen to boil the kettle and make sandwiches, forgetting about his mother's suggestion. He had always been like that, preoccupied only with himself. Such a character was influenced neither by upbringing nor scolding in childhood. I left Margot, the son finally said. Poppy's heart clenched with pain. She was sure Leo had settled into the best possible life. What to do now? Why? She cheated on me, the traitor. And she made me work like a galley before that. She didn't see me as a human being. She said I had to succeed in my career, take care of my daughter, work at home. Without all that, she didn't need me. But son, that's just life. The man is the head of the family, his support and protection. Tried to comfort Poppy. Here we go. Do you think it's nice to know you're being used? We've built a life together, and now what? I'm allowed to ignore me and find someone wealthier. My daughter's turned against me too. Emily doesn't even want to see me anymore. Why is that? Because I reacted when I found out about her lover. You hit her. Poppy couldn't believe it. Well, not exactly. Just pushed and slapped her. I had a temper, Leo explained. Poppy could understand him. Margot seemed to be behaving like Leo's father, drinking, partying, not working enough, not participating in household chores, expecting her husband to take care of her, thinking it was the norm. Margot couldn't stand it and kicked the slacker out of her apartment. And apparently she got a decent man. You had a family? Did you ruin your own happiness? Poppy sighed. She cheated on me. She ruined the family, not me, replied the son. Poppy only sighed heavily. What are you going to do now? She asked. I guess I'm going to live here for a while. Shrugged his shoulders. When you're not well, I'll help you get better, and then we'll see. Are you sick? I'm very sick. Agreed, Poppy. Not long I have left. The medicine does not help much. You need to go to the city for examination. And then Leonid's face suddenly brightened. Anna noticed this moment, when something clicked in his head. Only then she could not even imagine to what conclusion Leo had reached. I'm taking you to the city, Leo said. We have to make arrangements with the doctor, find a car. Margot borrowed my car in the divorce. Maybe she'll lend it to me for such an occasion. There was a spark of hope in Poppy's heart. Maybe her son really could help. He was worried and was already making plans to get his mother into hospital. She was pleased by her son's concern. The attention of grown-up children really is priceless. A few days passed. Leo disappeared in the city from morning till evening, coming home late at night and telling her that he was solving her problems. She had waited and hoped so much. Her condition began to worsen, though she didn't stop taking the medications prescribed by the local doctors. But afterward, she began to suspect. Leo, suddenly caring, was giving her pills. The size and taste of the medicine had changed. The woman noticed it, but didn't pay much attention to it, as well as to the fact of finding the vitamin pack in the trash. Only later in the woods, Poppy realized instead of vital drugs, her son gave her harmless vitamins. That's why she was feeling worse and worse. Leo must have thought she was fading too slowly. One afternoon, a car pulled up to the gate and Leo got out. It must have been Margot's after all. We're going into town, Leo said as he came into the house. I found the car. They're waiting at the hospital. The timing was good. Poppy was barely out of bed, weakening by the hour. Leo helped her pack and carried her mother in his arms to the car, constantly looking around. Only later did she realize why he did so. At that moment, almost everyone was busy, and no one should have noticed that he was taking his mother out of the village. The journey had begun. Poppy looked out the window curiously, enlivened by the sight she hadn't seen in so long. Her heart sang with joy, for her son was beside her and everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, Leo turned off the highway onto a country road, stopped the car, and helped her out. He set her down on the soft grass and said, "What are you doing?" She asked. "Sit a little, get some fresh air, and I'm here near." "I need to go to the bushes," replied the son. But Leo did not go in the direction of the bushes and returned to the car and started the engine. Poppy, dumbfounded, asked Leo, "What's going on?" Only now did she realize everything she had not noticed before. Leo said, "You're going to die soon anyway, but my house will be. I'm in debt, I'm being threatened, I'm just hastening the inevitable." "What on earth are you doing?" Poppy gasped, gripped by fear not for herself but for her son. "Don't worry, I won't get caught," Leo said confidently. "The neighbors already know you're better. They'll think you went for a walk and got lost. No one will know anything. Leo, how will you live after all this?" "Think about it." She tried to dissuade him. "I'll live. And you don't care anymore." He cut her off abruptly. Poppy stared after the car, not believing that her son had really left. She called out to him, begged him to stay, but in vain. Alone in the middle of the clearing, she cried with helplessness and loss. But soon she shook herself, found her footing and set off, following the sound of the motor. But she made a mistake and collapsed from exhaustion. It seemed her son's plan was on the verge of fulfillment. But then she was found. As she finished her story, Poppy looked at her amazed listeners with tears in her eyes. "You know everything now." "Wow," exhaled the girl. Baba Vera hugged Poppy tightly and asked, "And where's your Leo now?" "They were looking for him, determined my identity. Tried to find my son. He is my only relative. But they couldn't. He disappeared. Even put out a bolo. I don't know what happened to him. Maybe those to whom he owed something did something to him. Or he disappeared of his own free will, afraid that I would file a complaint against him. Now my heart towards my son is indifferent." It was New Year's Eve morning. Poppy's house smelled like a holiday pine tar, fresh baked goods, tangerines. Grandma Vera was cooking skillfully in the kitchen. Mary was getting ready for school, admiring herself in the mirror. Today was the last school day before the long-awaited vacation. Baba Vera and Mary were now living with Poppy. It was working out naturally after all that had happened. Granny and her granddaughter had nowhere to go, and Poppy was having a hard time on her own. At the hospital, Poppy was examined and given appointments that made her noticeably better. She suspected that her recovery was not only due to the treatment, but also to the presence of people close to her. After all, to be needed by someone is happiness. Poppy regarded Vera as a friend and younger sister, and Mary as a granddaughter. They lived peacefully and amicably, each with their own difficult histories, but together they felt stronger. Poppy and Vera often discussed life, marveling at the strange way fate can change. Strangers become close and family become strangers. A father sets up a camera to save his fading daughter, and after barely a glance at the tape, Jane decided at an early age that girls were either beautiful or smart. The girl knew full well she could choose, and she chose to be smart. In front of her eyes was the example of her older sister Ellen. Everyone around admired her beauty. I mean, come on, light blonde hair, silky green mermaid eyes. A figure they call such a model. Helene, from an early age, was focused only on her appearance. She read a lot, but it was fashion magazines with advice on makeup, diets, and so on. And Kate's girlfriends were exactly the same. Jane thought they were pretty, frivolous fools. A mother raising 2 daughters alone had high hopes for her eldest. "When you marry well, Ellen, we'll have a good life," she used to say. Jane was still a very young girl, studying in the 4th or 5th grade. The girl was frankly perplexed. How could one put the responsibility for her happiness and well-being on some other person? Did her mother, who had been burned herself, not draw the right conclusions? Once Jane asked her mother directly, "You married your father for his money too, and he left us, went to a younger and prettier, and left nothing for you or the children, because she had a good appetite. And now you're telling Ellen to do the same thing, so she'll do the same. You'll blaspheme on your tongue." Mum shook her hands. "Helene is different. Firstly, she's young, and secondly, she's much prettier than me. And anyway, she has me. I'm the one who had to figure it out. And I'll help her, and I'll teach her everything. You'll be fine, and so will you, if you listen to me." Jane just sighed heavily. Her mother was beautiful and kind, but she was too easygoing. Both her mother and Ellen lived with rose-colored glasses on their eyes. Everyone dreamed of a beautiful life, believed that looks were the determining factor in a woman's success. But it wasn't so for everyone. Jane differed from her peers' warehouse of character, has always been pragmatic, responsible, far-sighted. And she clearly understood that, in order to achieve something in this life, you need to work hard. And the options that have in mind mother and older sister, rich men, benefactors, it's all unreliable. fragile, illusory. Ellen jokingly called her little sister a bore. Her mother was always trying to remake Jane, to impose her point of view on her daughter. The most interesting thing is that the parent sincerely believed that she wished her child well. She said, "I'm worried about your future. How can you not understand? You are a beauty. We got such a one. You got the best from me and your father. When you finish school, we'll find you a wealthy fiancé. Don't be such a bore. Men like cheerful, smiling women." "No, thank you," Jane replied. "After school, I'm going to study economics." "But do you know what the competition is?" Ellen would always argue at this point. "You either have to be 7 inches in the head, or you have to have a good deal of goodwill." "Yes," Mum sighed. "We can't afford commercial education. And you can't get in for free." But Jane, trying not to listen to the arguments of her sister and mother, strived for her goal. Day and night she sat over textbooks, looked for additional courses on the internet, mostly free, because her mother, who worked as a cashier in the local supermarket, had no money for her daughter's education, and her father almost did not participate in the children's lives. He had a new family. No, he still transferred some pennies of alimony, but everything was limited to that. No communication, no support or help in difficult situations. Jane knew from childhood that she could not count on him. The girl in her heart wanted at least once to meet and talk to her second parent. It seemed to her that, perhaps, the character she went just in it, because the mother in Helen Jane did not resemble at all. But he did not seek to meet his daughters. And Jane didn't want to impose. And it was scary to face indifference, or even worse, dislike of a native man. Dad was a businessman, owned a chain of shops, so sort of made good money. But all his property was prudently written down on the new wife, so that the ex-wife and children did not claim anything. It looked ugly, petty, even mean. In theory, Jane should have been as resentful of her father as her mother was, as Ellen was. But Jane had a dream to study to be an economist, to start her own business, and one day to meet her father on some business, a joint project, a profitable contract, something like that. Let him see what his daughter had achieved on her own, without his help. And then maybe they could talk as equals. And Jane achieved her goal. She got into the budget, to the same economics faculty, where she was so eager to go. How happy she was when she saw herself on the list of enrolled. She was screaming right in front of the computer monitor, jumping from happiness to the ceiling. "You're crazy," Ellen said as she looked into the room with little Andrew in her arms. She had recently become a mother and had a son with a rich man. He paid child support, but he was reluctant to communicate with his mother and Andrew himself. Needless to say, these alimony were pennies, a standard scheme, gray earnings, most of the income is hidden. Ellen still repeated the fate of her mother, even in an even worse version. But she was not going to give up and continued to dream of a prince, who will definitely sooner or later solve all her financial problems. Her mother supported her eldest daughter in everything, adored her grandson. It was not surprising. Jane was also happy to take care of the baby when she had time. But the girl did not understand how it was possible not to draw conclusions from what had happened. Was it not clear? The plan is not very good and often fails. It was time to choose another option. But no, Ellen was still looking for rich men on dating sites. I got in. Jane explained her strange behavior to her sister. "Wow. Cool. So what, you're leaving us for the big city now? You're going to go to school?" Jane and her family actually lived in a city too, but a very small one, far from the regional center. So gray 3-story houses, whole streets of old wooden barracks, a huge private sector. Not a village by documents, of course, but in fact it is a village. That's why Orchardville, the regional capital, where Jane's university was located, was called just town. Her mother, too, was happy to hear of her youngest daughter's admission. She had never hoped for such a thing. As it turned out, she thought. Let her dream, show off, and when she realizes that nothing has worked out, she will follow in her mother's footsteps to the supermarket for the cash register. But also will think, finally, over the words of more experienced relatives, realize it is necessary to look for a rich and reliable man. And here's how it all turned out. Jane got in. "Well done," the daughter hugged the younger mother. "I'll help you in any way I can. I'm sorry, I won't be able to send much money, but at least a little for housing and living expenses. Again, you need to dress nicely. There's a better chance of meeting a decent man in a big city. Mum, there you go again, Jane smiled. She was touched by the fact that her mother supported and understood her, and even offered to help her. Jane knew it wasn't easy for her mother to get the money, but she was willing to help her daughter while she was a student. And that's priceless. Jane had a new life. She was given a room in the student dormitory, though not a separate one. The room had to be shared with 2 girls. But the roommates turned out to be very pleasant. Both studied at the Pedagogical Institute. Both, just like Jane herself, were focused on study and work. In general, the girls had a lot in common. With one of these neighbors, Kate, Jane even became friends. They stayed in touch even after they finished their studies and moved out to rented flats. Jane liked her studies. She was convinced in her first year that she had chosen the right direction. She found economics easy, lectures seemed interesting, and term papers and tests were incredibly easy. Jane even began to earn money. It turned out that people were willing to pay a lot of money by her standards, of course, for essays and projects. The girl had to work part-time and study a lot. She had no time at all for student parties, going to clubs and similar entertainments. And sometimes, of course, Jane wanted to go for a walk, to unwind. But she realized that every minute counted. Her time was too precious. Besides, there was no money. Her mother tried to top up her daughter's card with a small amount every month. Jane knew that it was a significant part of her mother's salary, and she was very grateful to her. It was not enough, very little. Still, it was the help from her mum that kept Jane afloat. Especially after the 3rd year, when suddenly something in the university clinic changed, and students were obliged to pay for the dormitory. And before it was possible to live in it for free. Jane saved money on literally everything. But she couldn't keep up. She knew that she was going to her goal, which means that sooner or later everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Everything will be as she dreamed. But on New Year's Eve, an event happened that made Jane reconsider her plans and turned her whole life upside down. It happened at that hectic time when before the New Year students try to pass all credits in time to start the winter session after the holiday without debts. Jane was just getting ready for a credit in economic history when she received a phone call from her sister. Helen's picture popped up on the screen. On it, the girl was smiling broadly and looked like a star. Jane knew at once that something was wrong. Ellen would not call her at the 3rd hour of the night. It was Jane who was awake, preparing for exams. And her sister herself at that time should be having her 7th dream. Mum's in trouble. Ellen's voice rang through the receiver. It seemed she was close to hysterics. Come over. What's wrong? Jane felt her limbs grow cold and her stomach felt empty for some reason. Anxiety gripped her heart with an icy hand. Was she alive? But it was impossible to get a coherent answer from Ellen. She was already sobbing and sobbing into the receiver, dropping only a few insignificant phrases. Mostly they were wails about how she was afraid and badly off, as if the trouble had happened in the evening, but Ellen was informed only now, just a couple of minutes ago, and she immediately dialed her sister. Of course, at that moment there was no question of any credits and exams. Jane took the first flight home in the morning. She was almost the only passenger at the bus station at such an early hour. Jane found her sister in a terrible state, her hair disheveled, her face swollen with tears. In her arms she held her youngest daughter, Lillian, a baby girl. Ellen was already a mother of many children. Her eldest son, Andrew, then 2 girls, yearlings, Chris and Lillian. None of the fathers were involved in the upbringing of the children. The princes, sons of wealthy parents, refused to raise offspring and basked in money. With Helene, they were just having fun, with nothing serious in mind. And she kept stepping on the same rake, getting pregnant on purpose in the hope of finding a happy, strong family. If something happens to me, how will I cope with them alone? Ellen looked at Jane with confused eyes, as if expecting her to offer a way out. But Jane was ready to hit her sister at that moment. She didn't know what was wrong with her mother, and she was only thinking about herself. How did it happen? She asked. They had a corporate party, Ellen said, rocking her daughter. They must have been drinking. They told me Mum was crossing the road in the wrong place. Jumped out in front of that bus. The driver couldn't do anything. He's in shock himself. He's kind of in hospital now, too. He had a heart attack right there on the spot while it was being sorted out. While they were sorting it out. I got a call late last night, and I called you straight away." "So Mum's alive?" Jane clarified. That was the most important thing to her. What hospital is she in? "A hospital not far away." Jane jumped out of the house, hailed a taxi. She had to get there as soon as possible. She had to find out what was wrong with her loved one. At the hospital, Jane got the terrible news. Mum's gone. She'd only recently passed away. As Jane rushed to the clinic, it all happened in the ICU. The doctor then said that there was no chance of a good outcome. The injuries were too serious. And Jane would not have been able to say goodbye to her mother anyway. She was in a coma. And still the girl blamed herself for her carelessness, for not supporting her mother by the hand while she was still alive. Jane was signing some papers when she received a phone call from a sobbing Ellen. She had been informed by someone on the nursing staff, and now the older sister was in a state of near panic. It had been a difficult time. Arranging the funeral, trying to bring the sister who had to look after her babies no matter what, and the gradual realization of the terrible fact that the nearest and dearest person in the world was now gone. Just no, that's all. The father did not turn up at the funeral, although he could not have been unaware of what had happened. This man did not even call his daughters, did not try to understand whether they need his help. Probably thought they were adults. They were both over 18. So legally, the father was no longer their debtor. He paid child support until his daughters came of age, and there was nothing more to expect. It was then that Jane realized that she would not meet or communicate with this man, even when she reached the top of her career. He didn't need her and Ellen and Mum. Neither did they need him. There was no resentment. No, it's just that Jane suddenly realized her father was a complete stranger to her. They may look alike in some ways, but Dad is a stranger. He's just a stranger, and that says it all. Ellen, on the other hand, is her own person. She needs support. Ellen sobbed nonstop for days. Jane didn't stop her. Let her cry it out. It would make her feel better. While her sister dealt with her grief, Jane helped her with her nieces. The little ones made her smile even in such a dreadful situation. It was impossible to look indifferently at their funny games, to listen to their cute babbling. The nieces, like nothing else, showed Jane that life goes on. Jane could not stay with her sister for long. The winter session. Ellen had already recovered a little and even started monitoring dating sites again. Now she wanted a supportive adult around her even more. Her mum was gone. Jane's session, in spite of everything, passed with honors. That meant an increased scholarship, but the money wouldn't even be enough to rent a room for a month. The dormitory became paid because you still had to eat, dress, pay for travel. Jane tried to combine her studies and work in the cafeteria. It turned out to be impossible immediately. A lot of passes and debts were accumulated. As a result, the girl did not even get admission to the next session. Expulsion loomed ahead. Teachers took into account the previous merits of the girl and went to her satisfaction. But she still failed. The only way out was to transfer to the correspondence department. Only here's the catch: the budget places were all taken. The commercial option cost a fabulous amount of money for Jane. The rector suggested a way out. One day he called Jane to his office and offered her the only, in his opinion, suitable option. "I know your situation. You wouldn't wish it on your enemy," began the conversation with a man who always reminded Jane of Carlson as good-natured, full, and short. "Student, you are diligent and promising. I want to help such a person. That's why I'll close the session for you. No matter what. Let us draw red lines. And you take a year's leave of absence. I'll help you get a job for family reasons. Get the money for your studies. You can do it. You're a man of determination. And when you come back, I'll help you with all the details. How's that?" Jane thought about it. She didn't want to interrupt her studies. On the other hand, what other options did she have? The session is not passed, that's for sure. So she'd have to drop out. And where to go? Go home to her parents' flat? Her mother's new boyfriend is already living there. A young and kind of nice guy named George. Unlike the previous aluminum suitors, he's not a rich major. The guy works on a construction site, working from dawn to dusk, earning money. Seems to like Ellen a lot, and he's taken in her kids. Maybe they'll actually make a family. Jane's not really needed there right now. And she doesn't want to live with her sister. No, Jane loves her very much. She's the only person in the whole world who's family. But still, Jane's used to peace, solitude, freedom. And there's a family of many children. You can't do that there. And after all, I don't want to leave Chicago. It's a big city. It's beautiful, spacious, interesting. There are more prospects for work and study here. The urban settlement, where Jane's childhood was spent, was associated with rage and hopeless longing. No, she didn't want to go back there at all. You know, I think I'll take you up on your offer. Jane smiled at the rector. What a clever girl, asked the man. You're good. Everything will work out for you. Just don't forget to save for your studies. Be sure to come back to the university in a year. We'll be waiting for you. Deal? It's a deal. Thank you so much for the offer. That same night, Jane started looking for a job. She urgently needed money just to survive, to buy food, to pay for a roof over her head, the most effective motivation. It turned out that it was simply unrealistic for a girl with an incomplete university degree to find anything close to the desired profession. Jane was rejected everywhere. Employers did not even consider candidates without a diploma. The girl realized that she could show herself at the interview, but it did not even come to that. After a couple of days of fruitless searches, Jane realized that it was time to give up her dream of working as an economist, or rather to postpone it until better times. In the meantime, she had to find something. When the bar was lowered a bit, things got better. There were plenty of jobs for Jane: waitress, cleaner, saleswoman, but the wages were meager. No, it was enough to live on, especially if you saved money. But Jane had to save up for a year's study. With those salaries, it was impossible. Still, Jane needed a job badly. Immediately, she chose the path of a waitress in a bar in the city center. There were plenty of reasons for the job. Firstly, there was extra pay for night shifts. Secondly, tips were very helpful, sometimes even very generous. And thirdly, the last job gave Jane the opportunity to write term papers and tests to order. And an extra penny in the piggy bank, and brains are not idle. That's the upside. Jane even liked working in the bar. The team is friendly, the bosses are loyal. The crowd was decent. It was a rock bar whose owners cared about their reputation. The atmosphere was monitored. Undesirable elements were expelled with guards and not allowed back in. And another. Local band musicians, performers, and visiting guests gathered here every night. In short, live music, and it was beautiful. Jane enjoyed listening to the musicians perform, singing along, dancing. This was welcome in the bar. To work as on holiday. In the bar, Jane finally understood the meaning of this common phrase. Of course, with a waitress's salary, there was not much money. Jane was looking for another job in parallel, a higher-paying one. But the girl knew, even when she had to quit, she would come here to visit, just to be in this amazingly warm atmosphere. The rock bar and new friends helped Jane through her grief. Of course, the longing for her mother did not go anywhere, but the girl was finally able to return to life and believe that there are still a lot of good things ahead. It was in the rock bar that Jane met Jasper. One day, the host introduced the guests to a new rock band which appeared just a couple of months ago. Jasper was the bass player. But not only that, it was he who owned the idea to create this band. He was the one who wrote the songs and the music. Modest, always kept in the shadows, but constantly observing the behavior of the band members, the reaction of the audience. Jasper was the main man in the team. Although on stage most of the attention was drawn to the lead singer, it was felt. It was noticeable from the first glance. For some reason, Jane immediately singled him out and reached for him. She didn't recognize herself. Jane realized that she was not in a position to fall in love and have affairs. She was focused on her career, on her studies, on getting back on track at university. She couldn't be distracted by that. And yet, Jasper didn't flirt with the waitresses, didn't talk to anyone first. He was serious, focused on his work. Maybe that's what attracted the girl. Jasper was a lot like herself. Jasper began to appear in the bar often, sometimes with a group to work with, sometimes just in the company of mates to relax. Of course, they soon got to know each other, but he still acted aloof, not overtly sympathetic. Sometimes, though, Jane caught his eye. But Jasper turned away immediately, talking to someone else. And Jane wanted him to pay attention to her, to compliment her, to show her signs of attention, as visitors often did. and then Jane would let him know that she was interested in him. Once there was a girl in Jasper's company. Representatives of the fair half of humanity had come with him before, but they were just friends, girlfriends of other members of the group. And this one was clearly something between them. They didn't kiss or hug, nothing like that. But sometimes they exchanged tender glances and smiled very warmly at each other. Once she put her head right on his shoulder, and Jasper, usually cold and even stern, stroked her hair in a natural and very gentle gesture, as if she were a kitten. A very unpleasant feeling came into Jane's breast from behind the gate. She recognized it immediately, of course. It was jealousy. With surprising meticulousness, Jane began to pick out her rival's faults. Too thin, not even pretty. That nose, long, liquid hair. Anyway, how can this madam compare to her, Jane? For the first time in her life, Jane seemed to feel smug about her appearance. Nature had endowed her, like Helene, with beauty. Jane had heard many compliments from others about her figure. Tall, slender, long-legged. Her friends generally advised her to try her hand at modeling. Only this job was not to Jane's liking at all. Well, she did not know how to show herself, even considered it humiliating. And now, despite such impressive external data, the rival became such a gray mouse. In general, there was nothing outstanding in Jasper's companion, not even something to catch his eye. Nevertheless, he clearly had very tender feelings for her. The presence of this girl made him happy. Jane watched Jasper closely and could tell this for sure he loved his companion. It was painful. Thanks to the girl that Jasper was so attracted to, Jane had made up her mind, decided to do something she'd never considered unacceptable before. Her shift was coming to an end, but as usual she stayed late to help a waitress friend serve tables on a Saturday night. There were a lot of customers, and Jane waited for an opportune moment. She'd even had a few drinks beforehand for courage, to make her feel more confident and relaxed. Jasper stood up and headed for the exit. Someone had called him. The music was blaring in the bar. Impossible to talk on the phone in this environment. Everyone was either outside on the porch of the bar or in the smoking room. Jasper chose the street. Jane followed him like a shadow now or never. The obnoxious girl who had been sitting next to Jasper all evening remained at the table. She chatted cheerfully with his mates. It was obvious that they had all known each other for a long time. They must be in a long and serious relationship. Still, Jane would try, or she'd regret later that she'd never even tried. Jasper stepped out onto the porch. He paced the area in front of the bar, patiently explaining something to someone. Jane watched him through the large window. Jasper wasn't smiling, wasn't joking. Apparently the conversation was serious or unpleasant. It didn't matter. Jane would still approach him as soon as. Jasper pressed the reset button and was about to go back to the bar, but at that moment Jane came out to meet him. Luckily, they were alone on the porch at that moment. "Hi," Jane smiled at him. Hi, Jane smiled at him. Jasper looked at her with interest. We said hello. Jane nodded. "I need to talk to you." Jasper immediately tuned into the conversation. He showed that he was ready to listen. He could have dismissed her, or shown irritation or displeasure. But Jasper looked at her with his dark, intelligent eyes and waited. "I like you, and I've liked you for a long time." Jane decided to cut to the chase. "I'm magnetically attracted to you. It's never happened to me before. I don't know what to do about it." Jane lowered her eyes. There, she'd said it. What's next? Jasper was probably looking for words to reject her as politely as possible. He probably was. Jane suddenly felt unbearably ashamed of what she'd done. Why had she gone to him? How could she look him in the eye after all this? Jasper often came to the bar. And then Jane felt his hands on her shoulders. A gentle touch, as if she were some incredibly fragile vessel. Jane, her name came out of Jasper's lips and sounded like beautiful music to the girl. Jane, I couldn't even imagine such a thing. Jasper looked at her and smiled. He so rarely smiled after all. His eyes, the girl could see it clearly, shone with happiness. Sincere, real happiness. What's going on? Was he happy to hear her confession? Instead of words, Jasper kissed Jane. It made the girl dizzy. He had his arms around her. He held her, or rather even held her, because her legs were literally shaking from the kiss. Then he stroked her back and head and held her gently against him. "I've been watching you for a long time, too, and I'm drawn to you in the same way." "Then why?" Jane didn't understand. "I didn't even notice it once. I thought you didn't care." "I didn't mean to embarrass you," Jasper said. "You shouldn't. Anyway, I'm older. Older for you. I thought you were attracted to other guys, brutal, successful. With your looks, anything's possible. You're beautiful. You're unreal. You even inspired my song." "Didn't realize I'm an Olympic princess? Is that about me?" Jane asked. "No," she admitted. "It's a very beautiful song. I love it. I didn't realize it came from you." "Oh yeah, it's just, what about that girl who came with you? Are you two together?" Together, Jasper grinned. "Ever since my parents brought me a pink bow tied to a box from the maternity ward and told me Lassie was my sister." "So she's your sister?" Jane laughed. "I thought she was. That's why I decided to have this conversation today." "Sister and sister," Jasper said, pulling Jane tighter against him and breathing in the scent of her hair. "Passing through town. She's been married a long time, lives with her husband. Far away. She missed her wayward brother." Jane and Jasper started seeing each other. Turns out he'd been hitting on the pretty waitress all this time. Why didn't he make any moves on her? I was going to. But later, when he's a little more cash flush. He had a clear message: a girl shouldn't be a loser. So far, there was too much to do with the band, organizing gigs, and so on. But the guys were already starting to earn money from their songs. The prospects were looking good. And strange as it may seem for a rock musician, Jasper was shy with girls. No, he had a lot of friends with whom he could chat and laugh together. But Jane evoked a very special feeling in him. And that made Jasper, who was used to performing in front of hundreds of people, timid. But Jane made the first step, shattering all of Jasper's doubts. And now they were together. Jasper suggested they move in together. They decided on Jane's flat. Convenient location, reasonable price, cozy room. So it was Jasper who moved in with her. But he immediately took upon himself to pay the rent and minor repairs, which every dwelling needs from time to time. And it also turned out that Jasper is an excellent cook. Jane's culinary talents paled in comparison to his skills. Jasper, as befits a creative man, created real masterpieces, whether in the recording studio or in the kitchen. He was gentle, sensitive, and attentive, fully immersed in his work, but not forgetting about his beloved. They talked a lot, often went for walks. Sometimes together they discussed the next song, spinning in Jasper's head and ready to be born. Sometimes Jane would suggest to her lover the right phrase or words. He happily grasped the idea, and then the girl felt proud of herself. How about it? She took part in the creation of a hit. Jane completely dissolved in her feelings and new sensations. Before meeting Jasper, she didn't know what it was love for a man. She hadn't had time for that before. First studying hard, then trying to survive. It turned out to be so pleasant to be near a man who embraces you, interested in your mood and well-being, looking at you with admiring eyes, as at some princess, and to melt from the touch of his warm, strong hands. Knowing that he, this tall man with black eyes, would do anything for you. Ellen didn't approve of her sister's choice. As always, you have your own measure of everything. He's poor, he doesn't even have his own flat. Again, no steady job, no business. He's a musician, he's got his own rock band. So what? Who needs them anyway? There's a lot of these one-day bands, you never know if they're going to be successful. I think you got the wrong guy. With your looks. You shouldn't say that. I have 3 children. Who needs me? So I'm content with what fate gives me, I don't complain. But you. Jane didn't expect her sister to understand, though. They were always too different. But Jane didn't need understanding. She was happy, she was loved. She had someone close and dear to her. Yes, he was going through a difficult time. But Jasper tried, went to his goal, worked hard, looked for the right contacts, planned something. Jane supported him in all his endeavors, and he appreciated her devotion. Many times he said that he was grateful to fate for such a gift for her. One day Jasper made a rather risky venture, invited a famous rock band to Chicago. It was planned that his band would perform as a warm-up act for the famous musicians. This event was to increase the popularity of Jasper's band. Well, and in general, the organization of such concerts is a way to make good money. But something went wrong. Not as many people came to the concert as planned. There was a big rock festival in a neighboring state. Jasper didn't take that into account. Or rather, he found out about the festival too late, when everything was already in full swing. In general, Jasper went into a big disadvantage: payment of musicians' fees, hall rent and equipment, tickets for the rock band, promotional activities. All this was paid off only half of the money from ticket sales. The concert itself went great, but Jasper had huge debts that needed to be closed as soon as possible. But with what? It was hard for Jane to look at her lover. During this period, he looked confused, anxious. I wanted to help him in some way. How? Where did Jane get the money? Jasper took out a loan, but it was a drop in the ocean. His friends helped him, the situation improved, but the debt was still quite substantial. And then Jane offered to help. She had savings, money she'd put aside for her studies. Not much, of course, but still. In addition, the girl did what she was against for a long time: took out a consumer loan. These funds were quite enough to cover the debt. From where? Jasper was surprised when Jane handed him several wads of brand new, crisp notes. I just got paid back out of the blue, plus the insurance. Finally paid off my mobile phone bill, she lied. She knew if she told Jasper the truth, he'd never take the money from her. As it wasn't like it was the last, randomly coming in. Thank you, Jasper hugged Jane tightly. I'll pay you back. You'll see, we'll be famous soon, and I'll pay it all back. Jasper paid the debt and continued to develop the group. Jane slowly paid off the loan. It was no longer possible to save for her studies, and her salary had suddenly become much smaller. The bar had fallen on hard times. It was good that Jasper bought groceries and paid the rent of the flat. That is, he took the main part of the expenses on himself. Jasper's income came from a few corporate gigs and the occasional part-time job. Unsteady income, but still the stream never dried up. Jane didn't worry about the financial side of their relationship. She enjoyed Jasper's attention, bathed in his love and care, and generously gave him tenderness, love, and support. Jane tried not to think about the future. But if she did not recover at the university this year, she would do it next year. It would be all right. She still had time. The main thing is that he, Jasper, is there for her. Jane hadn't realized she was capable of such feelings before. And then Jasper disappeared. No, he hadn't run away from Jane. Nothing terrible had happened to him. It started out as a business trip. Can you imagine? Jasper grabbed Jane's shoulder and even shook her a little. His eyes burned like two bright spotlights. I was invited to New York to write music for a band. They found me on the internet, they liked me, and now they're inviting me. Jane couldn't believe her ears. She knew the band Jasper was talking about. They were very popular musicians, touring all over the world, and they had noticed Jasper. They're offering him a collaboration. Unbelievable. I'm going to have to go away for a while, Jasper continued. Do you realize what that means? Jane nodded. She understood money, fame, dizzying opportunities for Jasper's growth and development as a musician, useful acquaintances and connections. Jasper would get things he'd never dreamed of. But it looks like they'll have to part ways indefinitely. After all, Jasper clearly said, I have to leave, not we. The packing began. Jasper had a lot of things to sort out. Firstly, he had to find a replacement. Someone had to play in his band for him temporarily while he was away. Secondly, Jasper had to organize his passport and visa. Thirdly, collecting the necessary things. In all the hustle and bustle, he seemed to have forgotten all about Jane. Jasper was too absorbed in the upcoming changes and prospects. The girl looked at him and realized that he would forget about her in another country, muffled by new impressions, excited by work and success. Perhaps Jasper would even find someone there. But Jasper had hugged her so tenderly in the evenings, so sincerely assured her that he would miss her. And time would fly by quickly. And then there's the video link. We'll be in touch with each other all the time. At least I'll finally earn a decent living, pay you back what I owe you. I know how much you need that money. Maybe we can even buy a flat. My band will get bigger. I'll gain invaluable experience. I'll know what to do and how to do it. It's going to be okay, Jasper said sincerely. Jane could see that he wasn't lying, wasn't deceiving. But something told her that everything would change as soon as her beloved was abroad. It was just that Jasper himself did not realize it yet. And that's how it turned out in the end. At first, Jasper called every day, as promised, and told her how he had settled down in his new place. Everything delighted him, and he was overwhelmed by the experience. And then he suddenly dropped off the radar. He just disappeared. He didn't call himself, and he didn't answer Jane's calls. The long ring-back tones ended steadily with the message that the caller was probably busy, so he couldn't answer. Jane was alarmed at first. She thought that something had happened to him, something terrible, irreparable. But soon she saw the band playing on the music channel. Jasper was with them. He looked different, older and more serious than usual. I mean, there was nothing wrong with him. It's just that he'd apparently decided to start a new life and cut all ties, including forgetting about her. And Jane? At first, the girl still hoped, waited for him to call, to explain everything. But Jasper was gone, completely out of her life. Jane made it a habit to watch the music channel every day. Every now and then she'd see Jasper. He was never the center of attention, but he was still caught in the camera lens sometimes. And quite often there was a girl next to him, the same one, either a makeup artist or the band's costumer. Beautiful, colorful. Apparently there was something between her and Jasper, couldn't help but be. Jane was desperately jealous of Jasper, both of this girl and of the other potential women of her lover. She was hurt as she had ever been. And also hurt and scared. Scared of being alone again, without the support, the warmth of a loved one. An unpleasant mixture of feelings and emotions. And there were other problems more pressing. Money. Jane was barely making ends meet. After all, she had a tiny salary and a loan. Eventually the bar went bankrupt. The new owners bought it and turned it into a hookah lounge. Jane had to quit like all the other employees. Another blow. Jane had special memories and feelings about this place. And now the bar was gone a cozy bar where she could always enjoy live music, where there was a friendly, warm atmosphere. Jasper would understand, support her. Everything was easier and more pleasant with him in general. But he was hundreds of kilometers away from her and seemed to have forgotten all about her. Jasper had no idea how desperate she was. He never found out about the loan. He thought Jane had helped him out with the extra money she'd suddenly received. And of course he had no idea she'd been fired. And if he did, what would he care about her now? Jane had no time to go over her grievances and think about what it would be like if she was in desperate need of a job, and preferably a decent paying one. And that's why she was tirelessly perusing the adverts. She wanted to find something that would help her get out of the financial hole. Good, at least the owner of the flat agreed to wait with payment. But he's got a lot of patience too. Jane would be asked to leave in a heartbeat. The ad caught Jane's eye with the amount of money they were offering for her services. Not a bad figure. It could solve a lot of the girl's problems, but the job itself seemed too unfamiliar to her. A carer was needed for a little girl. It didn't seem to specify the diagnosis, but whoever had advertised it had made it clear that the child needed round-the-clock care and supervision, including taking medication by the hour, accompanying her to procedures, and so on. Jane reflected. She had experience in caring for babies. Thank you, Ellen, to her mentor. The girl even enjoyed fiddling with her nephews. She knew how to get along with small children, knew how to feed them, change them, keep them occupied. But here we were talking about a sick child, apparently seriously ill. Could she do it? At least it was worth a try. Jane called the number given, and a pleasant male voice answered. The man asked her a few questions: age, occupation, education, experience with small children. And she was invited for an interview. Jane was nervous the day before. She wanted the job. Jane needed it like air. It was a chance to get out of a financial hole, to stay afloat. Where else would you find a salary like that? That's why Jane was worried, anxious. What if she didn't get the job? What then to look for a place as a waitress again? To work for a pittance? The taxi brought Jane to a country cottage village, an elite neighborhood, tall, beautiful houses surrounded by fences. At the gate, the girl was met by a woman, an au pair. As Jane found out later, in fact, the person who did everything: cleaning, cooking, laundry. Because her employer Kevin was always too busy. Businessmen in general have very little free time. Kevin met the job applicants in the living room. He was a man in his 40s with intelligent, piercing blue eyes, perfectly styled hair with light gray. An athletic figure. Yes, this man obviously paid attention to health and appearance. Jane was even embarrassed at first. How to start a conversation with someone like that? She suddenly seemed insignificant next to him. "Good morning," Kevin smiled warmly. Jane's embarrassment vanished. The man's smile was open, and the kind Kevin seemed at once like a man of his own. "Hello," Jane smiled back. "I'm here to see you." "That's very good. I'll tell you straight away. I need a carer for my daughter Melissa. She's in really bad shape right now. So it's not for everyone. She's being monitored by the paramedics. They're here every day. I could hire a nurse for Melissa, but how can I tell you this? There's a lot of pain in her life already, a lot of people in white coats. I wish there was someone else there for her. You know, a young girl like you. Cheerful, who knows a lot of songs and fairy tales, who can cheer up a child, inspire him, come up with some interesting activity, in general, to brighten up her leisure time." "Why? What's wrong with your girl?" Jane just couldn't help but ask the question. Kevin lowered his eyes. His face darkened in an instant, becoming anxious and tense. "Melissa, she's been tested everywhere. No one could figure anything out. It's like her body is destroying itself. There's no sign of autoimmune aggression. She's been getting tests all the time. They do, but she's fading, and nothing helps her." "Poor baby," Jane exclaimed. "The doctors are doing what they can. I have the means, as you can see, but they're not all powerful, unfortunately. Anyway, Melissa needs more than just a nanny. That's where we have Vivian, our favorite au pair. She'll feed her and give her medication on time, and we don't just need a carer either. Melissa has nurses to look after her and do all the necessary treatments. What Melissa needs is more like, a friend or something. Someone who can bring her positive emotions. The doctors say it's very important in her condition. And looking at you, I think you're just that young, beautiful, funny, and you have a kind look in your eye. You know how to empathize. That's good." Jane nodded. She was anxious to see the little girl. She needed positive emotions, and she would give them to her. Jane would cheer up a girl who had such a serious illness, brighten up the gray, everyday life of the little patient, find a way to make her life more pleasant. "If you're ready to get to work right now," Kevin continued, "let's start a trial period. Let's say 3 days, and then it's up to Melissa to decide. Of course, you'll be paid for your time anyway. Do you agree?" Yes, Jane nodded. "That's good," Kevin said happily. "Then Vivian will introduce you to Melissa. I've got to go, I've got things to do." As the door shut behind Kevin, Vivian, a middle-aged woman with a surprisingly soft and cozy look, turned to Jane with a question. "Have you ever interacted with little kids before? Do you know what little kids are like?" "I have nephews," Jane nodded. "That's good." Vivian shook her head. "Except our Melissa, she's an unusual child. You realize that yourself. I guess Melissa hardly ever gets out of bed. She gets tired quickly. It's hard to keep her interested in anything, but you have to. Melissa needs to be distracted from her pain, from her torment, and she needs to be walked at least an hour a day. That's what the doctors said. I get it." "Well, let's go and meet her now," Vivian said. Jane followed Vivian to the first floor and entered the nursery. It was the princess's spacious room. A huge window let in a lot of daylight. Along the walls were racks of expensive toys and books. Right in the center of the room was a mini playground. There was a slide, swings, and even a trampoline. A little further away was a ball pool, and closer to the door was a bed. What kind of bed was it? It was large, round, with a pink canopy. Jane looked around curiously. She had never seen a room like this before. Was it really all for one child? In the midst of this splendor, Jane did not immediately notice the little mistress of the room. She was lying in bed surrounded by large, soft toys. There was a soft cat, a fluffy white bear, a bright green crocodile with flowers all over its body, and a thin, pale 7-year-old girl, completely transparent and almost blending in with the white bedclothes because of her unhealthy skin color. Huge blue eyes, like her father's, looked at the entrance with curiosity. Melissa propped herself up on her elbows, though it cost her great effort, and turned to Vivienne. "Who's that with you? The new rehab doctor?" The difficult word came off the little girl's lips easily and habitually, and it was somehow completely unnatural. "No, honey, this is your new friend. Her name is Jane. Are you going to play dolls together?" Melissa perked up a little. "Whatever you want to play." Jane smiled at her. The girl was both sympathetic and pitiful. "I really like to play with dolls." "That's good. Vivienne doesn't have time. And Daddy can't play at all," Melissa said. "Grown-ups have a lot to do," Jane shrugged. "That's why they can be boring sometimes." "Right," Melissa suggested. And the conspirators smiled. "Boring," Jane agreed. Melissa laughed softly. "Well, I can see you're going to be fine. You two have fun," Vivienne said. She looked really happy. "I'm going to go make dinner." "Oh, and Melissa, you remember the nurse is coming to see you today, right?" I remember. The girl frowned. "More IVs. But where can I go?" Sweet Vivienne kissed the girl on the top of her head and left the room. Jane was left alone with Melissa. "Shall we play?" With a smile, the girl turned to her ward. "You have so many beautiful toys here. I can't keep my eyes open." "Better read to me?" the girl asked. The short conversation seemed to have drained her of her energy. Melissa sank down on the pillows and pulled the blanket over her skinny body, even though the room was warm. "Good," Jane agreed. She was surprised at the weakness of this 7-year-old. They seemed energetic, like Andrew, Jane's eldest nephew, who was just the same age as Annie. But you can't get him to sit still for 5 minutes. He's always up to something, making things up. If the boy were in this room, he'd be jumping on a trampoline or going down a slide. Lassie calls him a perpetual motion machine, and so does Lillian. Chris and Chris are the same, even though they're younger. Melissa, on the other hand, poor thing, is lying on her back. "What do you want to read?" "Princesses. There's a book on the windowsill." Vivienne started to read to me. "But she never has time," she said. It was a heavy, beautiful book with bright pictures. But the story itself seemed silly, boring, predictable, and formulaic. She herself did not like such fairy tales in her childhood. "Let's make up our own story about these princesses," Jane suggested. Melissa's tired eyes flashed with interest. "How?" she asked. "Very simple. I start, you continue." Melissa was fascinated by the activity. She was inspired to invent adventures for the princess. She was riding in a racing car. The heroine was kidnapped by a dragon and then rescued by a prince. The girl's imagination was running wild, which seemed to surprise Melissa herself. Then Vivienne entered the room. Seeing that Jane and Melissa were getting along, she was pleased. The woman brought lunch: mashed soup, stewed vegetables. "I don't want any," Melissa said, wincing. "I don't want anything. I don't want any of this." Vivienne looked at Jane, clearly expecting her to help. "Let me feed you," Jane turned to the girl. "Each spoonful is another princess adventure. I'll make them up as I go along. Can you imagine how much I'll have to tell you? Which do you think will finish first, your food or my imagination?" It worked. The food ended faster than Jane's fantasy. But Melissa demanded more stories. Vivienne splayed her hands in surprise, smiled, and walked out. Soon a nurse entered the nursery. Melissa immediately darkened. She was almost asleep. Lunch and history had tired her out. But it was time for treatments. "IVs?" she asked the nurse hopelessly. She nodded sympathetically. "I'll do it quickly. Don't worry, it won't hurt. You'll sleep later, and we'll have tea." Vivienne pulled Jane's sleeve. "Aren't you needed here now?" The AU pair led Jane into the spacious kitchen. Smoky cups of coffee and a flavorful cake that looked like it had just come out of the oven were waiting on the table. "You and Melissa are getting along, I see." The woman smiled, looking warmly at Jane. "That's good. Melissa kicked her previous nanny out, but she's taken to you. I've already called Kevin and told him all about it. He's very pleased and excited. He said to keep you safe." "I'm glad too." Jane smiled. "Melissa is just too bad. My nephews are so noisy, so cheerful, and she's lying in bed, not even able to play, nothing to play with. It's scary." "What did the doctors say? Are there any chances?" "No prognosis." Vivian shook her head. "They can't even diagnose her. They just dismiss the symptoms, that's all. Melissa's going to be better after the drip. You can take her for a walk after her afternoon nap for a while." Vivian continued her story. "Kevin, Melissa's father, I understand. Where's her mum?" "On a business trip. Does she have a demanding job too, so she can't babysit her daughter?" Vivian sighed. I wish. Lassie, Melissa's mum, isn't alive. The birth was complicated. The doctors tried to save the baby and didn't realize the mother needed help. And Lassie wasn't complaining about anything, just worried about the baby. That's how it all worked out. The day after the birth, Lassie developed a high fever. Checkups, intensive care, one thing led to another. Her heart stopped. Poor thing had some kind of internal bleeding. It's a rare case. And then there was Melissa in the NICU because she was born prematurely. It was a tough time. "It's a shame," I agreed. "That's a shame." "Let me tell you the whole story," Vivian said. "It looks like you're going to be with us for a while, so you should know. Kevin grew up in a happy, full family. A loving mom and dad, caring, attentive grandparents. A room of his own. Trips to the seaside every summer, birthdays. Friends. Kevin had a happy childhood, no less happy youth. He graduated from high school with honors. Thanks in large part to parents who cared about their son's education. If they saw gaps, they immediately hired Kevin the best tutors. And the boy studied English in foreign camps. He had a holiday and got an education at once. Vouchers to such places were not cheap, and it was not easy to get them. But what can't you do for the sake of your favorite son, especially if he is so desirable and long-awaited? Kevin's parents were old enough, they had not been able to have a child for many years. The couple resigned themselves to such a fate. But then, when there was no hope left, life suddenly gave them a surprise, finally gave them an heir. Needless to say, since then, all the attention of his mother and father indiscriminately belonged to Kevin. He was never shy of his parents, despite the fact that they were much older than the parents of his classmates. But Kevin, on the contrary, was proud of his parents. His father was a well-known businessman in the city, and his mother was the head doctor of a regional hospital. They were known and respected by everyone. It never occurred to Kevin to be ashamed of his parents. Kevin grew up. His parents were rapidly aging, giving up. When the guy was in his third year of university, his father died. Stroke, intensive care, coma, and that was it. Kevin felt like an adult for the first time. After all, he, a student, had to get into the affairs of the company, which his parents left him by inheritance. Since he was a teenager, Kevin had been interested in his father's business. He knew a lot of things, even had the right to sign. Yet for the first time, he had entrusted most of the processes to the board manager, a longtime friend of his departed parent. Because Kevin needed to study and support his mother, who had given up a lot after the death of her spouse. 3 years passed. Kevin had just received his diploma, had just taken over his father's company, had just started to gain strength. And then there was another blow, Mum this time. The boy was left all alone. Kevin felt miserable and lonely in his parents' big house. It was good that Vivian, the au pair and almost a member of the family, was there. She had known Kevin as a baby and treated him as her son. The woman had no children of her own. She gave all her care to the young man who had lost both his parents one after the other. "It's been hard on him," Vivian shook her head. "He was just a boy, and here he was. It was his job that pulled him through. He had to make decisions, go places, hold meetings, sign contracts, that sort of thing. That's what saved him." It's been a while. Kevin turned from a young, inexperienced guy into an intelligent, purposeful man, a talented businessman. Vivienne was pleased to see her mentee. He had grown older, stronger, more self-confident. The au pair wished Kevin would find a good wife, marry her, and become a father. Then Vivian's heart would be at peace. Only he didn't have anyone special. Vivian said no. There were some girls hanging around Kevin. He was a prominent, wealthy bloke. They're always popular. Except that one of them didn't work out, and he didn't feel anything for the other. They weren't to his heart's content. And Vivian didn't trust them. It seemed like all they wanted from him was money. They made eyes at him. And then Lassie showed up. Kevin met Lassie literally on the street. She was in a hurry to get somewhere, as it turned out later, for a job interview at Kevin's firm. Lassie had recently been downsized. The factory where she had worked as an accountant for several years after college had suddenly closed. So Lassie was looking for a new position. Kevin went out for a walk to get some air. He even had a goal to buy donuts at the bakery around the corner. And then fate collided the two men, literally. Lassie jumped out of the corner too quickly and ran into the unsuspecting Kevin. It was like a romantic music video. The bag slipped off Lassie's shoulder, its contents scattering across the pavement. Kevin and Lassie rushed to pick it up. The girl apologized. Kevin assured her it was all right and admired the stranger's beautiful gray eyes. It was love at first sight. When the young people had sorted out the bag and the things that had fallen out of it, they rose synchronously and smiled at each other. Kevin, like a man, made the first move. He learned the name of the beautiful stranger and then introduced himself. They walked leisurely and talked, getting to know each other. When Kevin found out that Lassie was rushing to his office, he realized that this beautiful girl was his destiny. And it was no accident that they met in such an interesting way, rather than seeing each other for the first time in the office. It was more romantic, more interesting, more pleasant. In short, it was a real romance. Vivian had never seen Kevin so happy. Lassie turned out to be intelligent, understanding, kind. She quickly found a rapport with Vivian too, which was important. Sweet, sweet girl. And for what? And just such a fate. Vivian shook her head sadly. A couple of years after they met, Kevin and Lassie got married. It was a wonderful couple, harmonious and happy. There was love, understanding, and respect between the couple. Vivian rejoiced when she saw them together, her beloved Kevin and his wonderful, beautiful wife. They decided not to rush into having children. Vivian continued. It was their common decision. It was like they felt something. They traveled, worked, met friends. And I, the fool, was advising them in my senile way not to delay it. I wanted to babysit their baby. But Kevin and Lassie lived on their own for 5 years after they got married. Were they happy together? No, they wanted kids, but not right away, later, until they were happy. And then the news of Lassie's pregnancy. It was an unplanned event, but the whole household welcomed it. Well, it's about time, Lassie summarized. The baby decided he'd had enough of waiting. Thank God. Vivian shook her hands. I think you're going to have a boy. You look so pretty now, Lassie. Girls take beauty from their mothers when they're pregnant. But the au pair was wrong. The ultrasound confirmed that Lassie was having a girl. A healthy, strong one. They showed me a picture of her. They take pictures of a baby in the womb nowadays. I looked at her, and she looked just like Lassie. That's how Melissa was born, just like her mom. Melissa. It was Lassie who chose the name for her daughter. Kevin and Vivian didn't mind. They both liked it very much. The pregnancy hadn't been easy. At first, Lassie was suffering from toxicosis, then it seemed to recede, but it was replaced by other problems: high blood pressure, edema. The child developed well, but the mother suffered, melting before her eyes, refusing to eat, lying down a lot. The usually energetic Lassie didn't even have the strength to go downstairs. Vivian carried her food straight to her bedroom. The woman felt sorry for Lassie, helped her as much as she could, and assured her that things would not be easy after the birth of her daughter. Children are for women, Vivian sighed. Pregnancy had taken its toll on Lassie. That depends. Jane shrugged, remembering her sister. Her children had been relatively easy. Anyway, Lassie had gone into labor much earlier than expected. The threat of miscarriage had been diagnosed throughout the pregnancy, so fortunately the mother-to-be was in the hospital under the supervision of doctors at that moment. They tried to stop the process, but failed. Melissa was born premature, weak. She didn't scream. She wasn't put on Lassie's chest. She wasn't even shown to her. Things are different when it comes to newborns who need to stay in the womb for at least 3 more months. Melissa was immediately sent to the NICU. There was a fight for her life. And Lassie seemed fine at first. I mean, she was tired, of course, after giving birth. Well, she was worried about her daughter. She was worried sick. It's all understandable. Understandable and natural, Vivian said. The doctors examined the woman in labor, found no abnormalities, and sent her to the ward. It was only later that serious symptoms appeared, but it was too late. Kevin and I were worried about the girl, Vivian said, almost crying. It was obvious that even now, 7 years later, it was hard for her to remember it. We thought the baby wouldn't survive. She was born too early. She was too weak. And then, when in the morning Kevin received a call from the hospital and was told that his wife had died of internal bleeding, he could not believe his ears. He thought it was Melissa. His mind refused to accept what he was hearing. But no, Melissa had pulled through. She was a stronger girl. But Lassie was gone. Kevin went gray, didn't sleep or eat for months. I thought he'd gone too. Vivian stopped talking. But he did. I had work to do, Melissa to pull. To be honest, he hadn't been very good to his daughter at first. Vivian blamed Lassie for what happened to her. She knew it was wrong, but she couldn't help it. She was just angry with her. Melissa was discharged home and a nanny was hired for her. Someone had to look after the baby. Vivian was too old for that. But she enjoyed playing with the girl. Melissa took her around the yard in her prom and talked to her a lot. And she was the only one who gave the newborn the love she needed. My father wasn't capable of that at the time. She's like a granddaughter to me, the au pair smiled. I took to her right away. But Kevin. He shunned the child for a long time, bought everything he needed for her, and sometimes went for a walk with her. But that was if Vivian made him. He never took the initiative. Then one day Melissa got sick, high fever. Nothing helped. She was vomiting, poor thing. It was the flu. A lot of people got it back then, and the little ones took it particularly badly, Vivian said. But anyway, Melissa was back in hospital again. The doctors had no prognosis. And that's when Kevin came to his senses, dropped everything. He sat by his daughter's bedside 24 hours a day, singing songs to her, telling her poems, rocking her in his arms. And it was as if Melissa felt her father's care. She was on the mend immediately. Their little girl was discharged, and Kevin became completely different with her, a real father, loving and caring. Life went on as usual. Kevin worked hard, but always found time to spend with his daughter. Melissa grew up, pleased her father and Vivian with her excellent health and rare intelligence. And everything seemed to be fine. Except that Vivian was worried that Kevin was all alone. It seemed to her that he would not be happy until he met a woman. Only now it was a very difficult task. For Kevin's chosen one, she had to love and accept Melissa. Otherwise, any union was out of the question. Well, God has heard my prayers, Vivian smiled. And Kevin had a beautiful Samantha. I can't take my eyes off her. Smart too. She's got a kid herself, a little girl a little younger than Melissa. It's a great family. Samantha got a job with Kevin, and it all started at some corporate event. It's pretty standard stuff. Samantha was good to Melissa. She often took her and her youngest daughter out to an amusement park or to the cinema. Melissa grew to love both Samantha and her little half-sister Annie. She was truly happy. Kevin and Samantha got married and started living together, and then Annie started having these symptoms. First dizziness, then nausea, weakness, no appetite. Examination in the best clinics, trips to doctors abroad, consultations of famous professors, all this did not give any result. Doctors could not make the correct diagnosis. The girl was melting before our eyes. The first year she was still fine. She was still on her feet. Vivian almost cried again. It was obvious that her heart was truly hurting for the little girl. After New Year's Eve, she was quite ill. And now I am so frightened for her. I don't know what kind of illness has attacked our little girl. Samantha and her daughter moved into her flat temporarily. Annie was in daycare, and it was too dangerous for Melissa to get infections from there. So Samantha and Kevin made that decision. And it comes from Samantha a lot. Every day, almost, Vivian continued. She's a good girl. She brings Melissa fair gifts. She brings Annie some, too, when she's not sick. But when she went to the garden, it started. Sick day after sick day. So it turns out, they have a wife with one child separately, the husband with the eldest daughter separately. Such a family. Well, where to go? That's the situation. It's a strange situation, Jane said. She was shocked by Kevin and Melissa's story. It's like a TV show. Well, that's just the way it is. The older woman waved her hands. Melissa, I see she's getting along with you, and that's good, she said. Everything will be nicer now. Days went by. Jane now lived in the room next to Annie's nursery, but the girl often asked Nanny to stay the night in her bedroom. Melissa had a very comfortable sofa there. Jane made herself a bed on it. They talked before bedtime, holding hands. Jane saw Melissa's problems. It was very important. The girl clearly lacked attention, even though there were many adults around her. Kevin was a very caring and anxious father, a pleasant man to be around. They often had conversations about Melissa. The man always listened attentively to Jane, did not interrupt or argue, asked the right questions. Jane also got to know Samantha. Vivian was right. Indeed, she was a very beautiful woman. Chiseled cheekbones, beautifully curved lips, the grace of a panther, a true queen. But when Samantha interacted with Melissa, when she adjusted Melissa's blanket, smiled and stroked her head, Jane couldn't shake the feeling that the woman was a hypocrite. It was evident in seemingly insignificant details as well. A cold glint in her eyes, a squeamish movement of her lips, something elusive and very unpleasant. One day Jane had a strange dream. The girl found herself in some room, ragged wallpaper, creaky floors. She sat on a stool by a dark window, through which nothing could be seen, and realized that she was asleep. She wanted to wake up, but for some reason she couldn't. And then Jane did not even realize where she had come from. Lassie appeared as if out of thin air. Jane recognized her because she had seen Melissa's mother in pictures. Lassie smiled sadly and looked at Jane with a warm and very soft gaze. "Watch her," she said in a quiet, illogical voice. "Watch out for Samantha. She's the trouble. She's dangerous." Lassie vanished into thin air. And Jane had so many questions she wanted to ask her. Watch her how? What? Was she dangerous? Jane woke up in a cold sweat. Or rather, as if Jane had flown into her body, fallen into it. It was a strange sensation. Lassie's words were still echoing in her head. No, Jane didn't believe in the supernatural. But the dream, which was little more than a dream, was more like a journey through time and worlds. The strange dream just wouldn't let go. The next day Samantha was gone, and Jane waited for her. She knew for sure this woman was involved in something bad. Samantha is somehow hurting this family and doesn't like Melissa. She doesn't sympathize with the girl, she just pretends to care. And how come the others don't notice this? Even the experienced, long-lived Vivienne. Samantha turned up the next day, as beautiful as ever, brightly colored, languid. First thing she did was go up to Annie's to say hello. Then she went down to the kitchen. "Melissa's thirsty," Samantha said, looking at Vivienne. "Let me make her some cocoa." "Come on," said the au pair, fussing. "No, I can manage. I feel like it. I want to do something for her." "You're so thoughtful." Jane was silent. She watched Samantha like Lassie had asked her to in the dream. Somehow it felt like this was the big moment. It was as if Lassie were there, telling her to be vigilant. Vivienne was tinkering with the test. Jane pretended to look out the window, but she was watching Samantha. And there she was, the woman deftly pulled a small vial from her sleeve, dripped a few drops into the milk, and immediately hid the bottle back. Only a couple of seconds, a few deft movements, but Jane saw everything. "The drink for the princess is ready." Samantha smiled. "Jane, hand me her favorite cup, please." Jane obeyed. She watched in silence as Samantha poured cocoa into Melissa's mug with a picture of Melissa's favorite cartoon characters, and realized Melissa shouldn't drink it. She shouldn't. She should act on it. Jane pretended to slip. She bumped into Samantha, who dropped the cup out of her hands, the mug falling and shattering. "Cocoa spilled on the floor?" "I'm sorry, I'm so clumsy," Jane fidgeted, grabbed a rag, started wiping up the puddle, picking up the shards. "It's okay, I'll do it again." Samantha's voice was filled with poorly concealed irritation. Jane couldn't do it a second time. It would arouse suspicion. So she had to accept the fact that Melissa would get the cocoa from her stepmother's hands. While Samantha and Vivian were at Melissa's, Jane squeezed the rag she used to wipe the cocoa into an empty tomato paste jar. She was going to take the liquid to be analyzed today. She needed to know exactly what Samantha had put in the cocoa. Maybe it was just vitamins. Then there was no point in panicking. But something told her it wasn't. She had to wait 2 days for the test results. When Jane saw the statement, she was horrified. The drink contained poison, deadly, causing symptoms similar to those of Annie. So the girl's weakness was due to her stepmother systematically poisoning her, just like in a fairy tale. Jane didn't know who to turn to with her news. Vivian? What could she do? Kevin? He wouldn't believe her. What do we do? Samantha can't be allowed anywhere near the girl. She wants to send her to the afterlife, and she's almost succeeded in that endeavor. Still, Jane plucked up the courage to talk to Kevin. She told him everything about her terrible dream, about the cocoa, and about the examination. Jane was afraid that he would shout, start to kick her out, or accuse her of wanting to hurt his daughter. "You know," Kevin said, looking at Jane, "I'd probably fire you right away if you'd said that." "It's very strange," agreed. "But just yesterday I had an unusual dream too, Lassie. And she asked me to trust you, just trust, nothing more. Why don't you just keep this to yourself for now and take some time off? I need to sort this out. Vera Antonovna will call you when you can go back to work." Jane spent those few days on pins and needles. She didn't know what was going on at Kevin's house, and she was very worried about Melissa, who had already grown fond of her. But Kevin had said to wait for the call, so she would wait. Vera Antonovna called. Jane, seeing her name on the screen, became anxious. What would they tell her now? How did it go? "Come over," was all Vera Antonovna said. "We have such a thing here. Come quickly. Melissa misses you. Very much." Jane didn't have to beg long. Half an hour later, she was at Kevin's house. The owner opened the door, still as calm and unruffled as ever. It was hard to guess from his appearance what had happened. "I want to thank you," the man finally allowed himself to smile. "You were right. Samantha, she really wanted to. I'm afraid to say it out loud. That bastard wanted to poison Melissa?" Vera Antonovna shook her head. "You'd have to think. And I trusted her so much." The story turned out to be banal and as old as the world. Samantha was not going to put up with a rival in the form of her wealthy husband's favorite daughter. She wanted her own daughter, Annie, to be the sole heir to Kevin's fortune. Well, herself first, of course. Samantha had once trained as a pharmacist, but she never worked a day in her profession, preferring to live off rich admirers. Nature has generously endowed her with beauty, so that the opportunities for such an existence the woman had. Received in college knowledge was enough to think of a way to send the hated stepdaughter to the other side of the world. A poison that's hard to find in blood and tissue unless you look for it. Samantha put the toxic substance in the food she cooked for Melissa. And the girl was weakening, slowly fading away. We were only a short distance away from the target. It's mind-boggling. It's unbelievable. Vera Antonovna could not calm down yet. Jane understood her. Indeed, Samantha's act was monstrous. How could she do such a thing to a defenseless child? Melissa trusted her, loved her. So Kevin installed surveillance cameras in the kitchen. It turns out Samantha was poisoning Melissa's food every time she ate it. Sometimes she cooked something for the girl herself, and sometimes she'd drip it from a vial into the food, probably prepared by the housekeeper. "I used my own hands to take it to Melissa." The poisoned Vivian shook her head. Anyway, Samantha had been caught red-handed. She was under investigation. Annie was taken in by her father, a man who had wanted to have contact with the child for a long time, but he wasn't allowed to because he was too poor for it, too unworthy. Melissa, and everything will be fine, Vivian assured Vivian. It wasn't the child's fault that his mother wanted to do this. "And Melissa, how is she?" Jane asked. "Melissa's fine," came from somewhere behind her. Jane turned round and met Melissa's eyes. She was still very thin and pale, but she already had the strength to walk around the house. "A real miracle. The doctor said she'll recover quickly now." Vivian smiled. Jane and Jasper walked slowly along the shelves of the children's shop. It was the girls' section, so they both felt as if they were in a realm of pink and purple dolls, cosmetics, soft toys. It was mind-boggling. "When I was in San Francisco, a guy bought his nephew a voice-controlled robot. That's the stuff. Maybe Melissa would like something like that," Jasper suggested. "She's a girl," Jane reminded him. "And she definitely wants a doll, a cartoon character. We should try to find one. Maybe next birthday she won't want toys at all. Kids grow up so fast." "It's amazing. We'll soon see for ourselves." Jasper put his hand on Jane's rounded belly. The baby responded immediately with a still weak but palpable push. A year ago, right after Melissa had been rescued from her evil stepmother, Jane had been in for another surprise. She continued to live next door to Melissa. She was quickly on the mend, mastered active games, asked to take her for walks all over Los Angeles. The girl was still very attached to Jane, and she still needed a job. And Jane had already got used to everyone to the girl Vivian. Even Kevin did not want to part with them. The adults had initially decided not to tell Melissa the truth about what had happened to her. Too terrible story. But the sensible girl managed to put two and two together, heard something, thought of something herself. "It's just like in fairy tales," the girl shrugged her shoulders. The little girl was coming back to life. In September, she went to school with her peers, and Jane was finally able to return to the university, chose a correspondence course, because she had to not only study, but also work. However, her work was more like life in a family with relatives: sweet, cheerful Melissa, kind, wise Vivian, always busy, but polite and attentive Kevin. With these people, Jane was cozy, warm, and comfortable. They accepted her and were very grateful to her for saving Melissa. It's scary to think what could have happened if it hadn't been for that terrible dream. They discussed this unusual event. First, Lassie had dreamt about Jane, then Kevin. Vivian was sure of it. Lassie had broken through time and space to save her little girl. Kevin only shook his head and didn't offer an opinion. And Jane? She didn't know what to think. Perhaps Samantha had aroused her suspicions right away. After all, she hadn't liked Melissa's stepmother at first sight. More likely, Jane ran the thoughts through her head. It was possible that they'd been transformed into unusual dreams. Except Kevin had dreamed about Lassie too and asked him to believe Jane. That afternoon, Jane left the house alone. Melissa was studying. Vivian was doing chores around the house. Jane had to drive to the university to drop off some papers at the dean's office. Suddenly, Jasper stepped towards her. Jane couldn't believe her eyes. The sight of him made the hair on her head stand on end. And him? He looked happy and confused, smiling, looking at Jane as if there were no one more important to him in the world. "I found you at last," he said, and he held her close to him. Jane understood nothing, but she did not resist. She snuggled against the man she loved, enjoyed his closeness, and tried not to think of Jasper's betrayal, of his sudden disappearance. The explanation turned out to be ridiculously simple. Jasper simply dropped his phone into the ocean during a boat trip. Naturally, the gadget disappeared irretrievably. Jane wasn't registered on social media, so he simply couldn't contact her. No way. Jasper wrote letters like the old days, letters and telegrams. But Jane had moved in with Kevin and was hardly ever home. So the letters piled up in the letterbox and then somehow disappeared. "I remember this moment," Jane said. "I came home one day and saw that the letterbox door was broken. Someone had opened the box and taken the letters for some reason. Maybe kids? Maybe a nosy neighbor. In short, you never heard from me, so you thought I'd forgotten about you. Started a new life," betrayed Jasper continued. "I couldn't just drop everything and leave. It was about my career and our future, our well-being. It was unbearable without you, without news of you. But I knew I would have to wait, and then I would be financially secure for many years to come. And then I could fly to you and explain everything. I didn't realize how much trouble you were in. I didn't know you had to take out a loan. I didn't know anything about you quitting your job. It's been so hard on you. That's it. Just an unfortunate coincidence. Jane was glad that her feelings and Jasper's were real, that there was no betrayal or deceit in her life. Just a misunderstanding that had finally been resolved. Jasper now had a contract with a well-known producer in the capital. He had everything he dreamed of: concerts, gigs, tours, opportunities to take his music to people who were ready to accept it. And money. Money, of course. Jasper had even managed to buy a flat for the two of them. It was in the middle of a renovation. Jasper and Jane were married. They were already expecting a child. Jane felt happy and loved. She didn't work for Kevin anymore. And a stronger, more mature Melissa didn't need a 24-hour nanny. But they were all still friends. And right now, Jane and Jasper were picking out a 9th birthday present for Melissa that might not have been.